we on?
You're on.
Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. Today is Friday, July 17th, and I'm going to call the meeting of the Minnesota Supervised Release Board to order. With that, we will first start with a roll call of members. Member Christine Bray.
Present.
Member Tony Carter.
She's trouble getting on. She's not on yet.
Okay. Get her on here shortly. Member Andrew Larson.
Present.
Member Cheryl Ramstead.
Present.
Member Jody Nelson.
Present.
Member Don Strufert.
Present.
And Tony should be on here any time. With that, I think we will start the agenda for today. We do have a quorum present. The cases will include all members, including the juvenile expertise members, which because that is the calendar for today. So we will proceed in first case.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Daryl Kent Hedberg Jr., who is present through live stream video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Stillwater.
You can a mic closer to you.
Yep. Our records indicate on May 26, 2001, Daryl Hedberg shot his father in the head with a shotgun as his father was sleeping. 2 days later, on May 28th of 2001, Daryl Hedberg stabbed and seriously injured two adult victims, his girlfriend's foster parents, in an attempt to murder them. Hedberg admitted that he planned the killing of his father and others prior to the offenses. Mr. Hedberg was certified as an adult, and on November 7th, 2001, the Beltrami County District Court committed him to the Commissioner of Corrections for 478 months. He was found guilty of second-degree murder and 2 sentences of first-degree assault with great bodily harm, which are to be served consecutive. Mr. Hedberg was 14 years old at the time of his offenses. Due to new legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense, Daryl Hedberg Jr. now has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board after serving a minimum of 20 years of incarceration. On August 6th of 2024, Daryl Hedberg was reviewed by the Supervised Release Board and continued for a future review by the board. Today's review represents his second review after serving approximately 25 years of incarceration. His original confinement release date is May 22nd of 2028. Given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Hedberg was eligible to be considered for release as of May 26th of 2021. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner.
Good morning, Mr. Hedberg. How are you today?
I'm doing fine, thanks.
Good. I'd like to start out by asking you the standard question of start by just saying what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
I have no expectation, sir.
Well, if you could write your own ticket, what would it look like?
I don't know, sir. It's how it's supposed to be a question for if the Campbell family is fine with me leaving prison. And I don't know if they contacted you or anyone in regards to this matter.
I can't get into a lot of the detail of whether or not, but you can just describe whatever it is you'd like to describe, what you're aware of.
I don't know. I would feel comfortable getting out if the Campbells were satisfied that justice was served for them. I would like to pay the money that they lost in this process for medical bills and whatnot. Unfortunately, I can't really speak to them directly, but I would like to pay back the money they lost in this process.
So for you, you would condition your stepping forward, your moving forward on whatever the wishes are of the Campbell family.
Yes, sir.
Why is that important to you?
Because they were directly harmed by my actions, sir.
And what would you say to them?
I've apologized to them twice in the past, once through my lawyer, once through Larry Oakes. And I would also like to extend another apology again. I'm not sure that's adequate for the pain they have endured. I'm not entirely sure an apology would heal the damage that I've done, but I would like to pay the money that they have lost in this process back to them.
Okay. If you think you look at what happened that resulted in your incarceration, looking through the eyes of who you are today, what insights have you gained into your offense?
Well, sir, it's a bit difficult to put logic to the emotional mindset of a 14-year-old child. I'm almost 40 years old now, and it's just difficult for me to quantify my own line of thought at the time. I believe that I was so incumbent and reliant upon Sierra's good opinion that I was willing to do anything to keep myself in her good graces. And that's the most logical explanation I could give for that.
Can you describe how you've changed?
I've gone through a lot of trauma while in prison, and it's kind of hard to sum up in a single idea, but it's just, I had to mature in prison. The majority of my role models were other prisoners, and I had to find my own way and discover myself in the process of going from facility to facility, encountering various individuals with different levels of psychosis or behavioral issues. And it's not a good environment for me to grow up in.
I would concur.
So I had to find suitable individuals to associate myself with who were not going to drag me down with them.
Yeah.
And that was a difficult process, considering that prison at the time was a very gang-oriented facility, where it was kind of like broken up into what your race was, further broken down into what your gang was. And me coming into that environment at 14, I had to avoid the landmines of stepping on somebody else's turf.
Yeah.
And trying to find myself and find a positive way forward in this living situation.
Along the way, it appears as though you were able to kind of find to some level of stable place or people to connect with. Would that be a fair statement?
When I got to Oak Park, I encountered the Restorative Justice Project that had just started there or was reintroduced there. And it allowed me a positive programming to find other individuals who wanted to pay it forward to society.
And when you, so to talk about, you're at Stillwater now.
Yeah,
How has that been?
it's lovely. I spent 7 years in hell in Faribault with various cellies with various levels of psychosis and drug abuses, and it was a very difficult process, trying not to get caught up in their various
Challenges.
their various schemes and drug abuses.
And now you're there and you find it to be a more positive environment.
Definitely, because I'm not really. When I was in Faribault, I was constantly worried about what my cellie was doing, because some of my cellies would abuse drugs, and so I was concerned that their drug habits would get me rolled up into what they were doing, or they would hide drugs in my area. And I couldn't really inform on them, because if I informed on them, their gangs would come after me. And it put me in a bad situation where I basically had to keep my mouth shut a lot.
So which I appreciate, but now you're at Stillwater and is it strictly about the fact that you're single celled? That's what makes it better?
Yeah, I came here for the single cell,
Okay,
because
but
in situations where you're housed with other individuals, you have to worry about what they're doing as opposed to what you're doing.
right, understandably, but can you talk about the community difference and your level of engagement in that from a positive standpoint?
It's no longer divided between like gang lines or racial lines like it used to be. Stillwater, they used to have gang tables where this gang controlled this table, that gang controlled that table, and that gang controlled that table. And you had to like navigate around to your spot to sit. Because if you cross that no man's land, you're liable to be assaulted later.
Yeah.
Maybe just then or later in the day, but it is not like that now. It is way more open, way more positive, and more of a community than what it used to be.
So how does that influence you and what role do you play in that community? I'm asking you this for beyond just about Stillwater. I'm asking you just to have a better understanding of, your sense of belonging in a community and both as a member and as somebody who can influence it. So I'm wondering what your sense of that is and what your involvement has been.
Well, I know that my actions reflect badly upon this community, and I'm trying to do my best to avoid individuals who are not of that mindset, and trying to stay positive, but also try to contribute to this community by doing various art projects for people. I like painted the kitchen wall. I painted the kitchen door. I painted guys' cells. I like it. It allows me a very creative aspect and outlet for my creative process.
So what would you envision your life being like if you were to be in the community? When you apply the gift of imagination to a future, what does it look like? And how do you feel you would operate, or what would it look like for you to operate in a community environment?
Possibly using my artistic abilities for community engagements, community fundraising. They kind of had like a tattoo, not a fundraiser, but it was like I don't know what to call it. They had to get like a certain number of tattoos done in a day for this Halloween program. And I figured I could possibly do something like that when I'm on the outside for charity, a good cause, or painting for a good cause, like with art from the inside, bringing attention to certain issues,
What
or just
would
making
be-
music and selling that for charity.
Okay,
Like-
so.
Like I noticed on the kiosk, there are like some songs that are like for charity. And so I could possibly do something like that for charity myself.
And talk about what you would envision your life being like, where would you live? And you've had some real success, right? You completed your degree, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And how does that play into what your future looks like?
Hmm. Well, I put forth multiple places I could parole to. It's more or less incumbent upon, will I be paroled or will I not be paroled? Because then I could start putting my feet down in a certain area. And then once I stabilize, I could possibly branch out and start getting more and more involved with the community, as opposed to just trying to stabilize myself in a certain area. And whether it's working at a meat processing plant, a warehouse, or just working from home online, I kind of have to get my financial situation stabilized first before I branch off in the community. But I'd pretty much wake up, go to work, come back, shower, exercise. And depending on whether or not I have internet access, I could possibly work from that Dungeon Master Direct or another service like that for some additional money. Maybe if I download some music programs, I could start recording music again. I haven't been able to do that for about 24 years. Or I could just start learning music again, because I haven't been able to use a guitar in so long. I haven't been able to afford a guitar in so long, because when I was taking the college programs, they were paying us like 50 cents an hour, and that basically came out to like 30 some dollars every 2 weeks. And that didn't really go far, so I didn't have enough money to save up for a guitar. The money I did have saved up for my eventual release got used up by COVID, because that was basically 2 years without a job. And yeah, it was a very difficult time. And I thought I would die from COVID, to be honest.
Do you see, do you have a clear vision of what you would like your life to be outside of prison?
I have an end goal, but it'll be a lot of work to get there, since I'm basically starting from square one in my 40s.
So what does the end goal look like?
A house, garden, maybe a family.
So then if you can imagine the end goal, if you start with the end in mind, the range of things in between, from square one being what it likes when you leave the doors of the prison. And I hear the notion of like, hey, it's really depends on whether I'm paroled or not. But I'm wondering where you're living. And there's this whole notion of, obviously you're inside, you're at Stillwater in the earned living unit. And yet, and I think one of the things I've been trying to ask about here is your ability to have at least a portion of your head and seeing that future outside of that, of the wall. And then, I hear you have a basic vision of get a job and go to work and come home and, that's life, right? It's what it is for a lot of us. And yet, I don't hear quite as much of that sense because I hear that you saying that it's really dependent upon the decision of the board. And I respect that. I understand that your release is really a matter for the board's determination. But at the same time, the level of preparation is something that and the preparation is not just about the exact address you're going to go to, but it's the totality of the thinking and the preparation around the range of options that are in front of you. Do you think that you've given due consideration to that?
I kind of have to deal with things as they are as opposed to how I want them. So it's kind of reactionary. I have a plan to get a job, get a place to live, get a car, get insurance, get all these lovely things. It's just I have to get out in order to work on them as opposed to plan on them. And my plans could change from what's available to where I can be and if I can have internet access. And it's entirely incumbent upon somebody else's decision and not really mine. So I have to plan ahead for what somebody else is going to decide, and it's a flip of a coin.
Well, I would argue that it's not quite that random. That the decision of the board is largely based on what we see and we hear in you. And so that decision is not random, flip of the coin. It really is about what we see in you. And I think the fact that we are seeing you and we set that term of continuance that at what it was, that there's a lot that Daryl Hedberg has accomplished.
Thank you, sir.
And 100%. And that's the reality. And so for me, when I hear that, I want you to be at some level the decider by what you do. I mean, when I asked the question today, or what would you like to see happen? It's really up to you guys. And it is, but that decision is really grounded in what we see and we hear in you. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. I mean, I definitely want to get out and get to work. It's just, will they approve where I want to work at? Will they approve where I want to live at? And if not, where could I fall back on? And that decision is not up to me.
You're right, it's not. But I think all the steps in between and just making sure that you have what the option is. I see that one of them, I think, was your aunt's house, right?
Yeah.
And then, and that's maybe probably okay, but it'll be up to the agent to decide. But then do you have a plan B? Because plan Bs for many of us are always something worth having. It's just those sorts of things, you have a tremendous amount of skills, artistic and otherwise. You achieved a level of academic success. And so, whatever you end up wanting, the question of what you want to do becomes, do you want to target something? I guess these are the things that I'm thinking about. Last question for me. What would it look like if Daryl Hedberg got out and was going down the wrong road? How would people around you know that stuff's not going good for him? What would it look like?
Well, sir, I've always been offered the opportunity to go down the wrong road in prison. Drugs are prevalent everywhere. It's just, I've never chosen that option. I
respect that, but it doesn't even have to be drugs. It could be just you're having you're in a bad spot, like life happens sometimes, right? Or just blew it down, mad, whatever, and where you're in a funk. What would it look like in Daryl Hedberg?
I've been plenty mad in prison, sir. It's finding methods of dealing with it that is not reliant upon violence or emotional outbursts. And I've had to develop that skill a lot in prison because I'm dealing with, again, cellies who are drug abusers, have various levels of psychosis, are in gangs, or just plain disrespectful. And having to live in close confines with people like that is very stressful. And for 7.5 years, I dealt with that pretty well. And so I think I would deal with that sort of situation on the outside possibly much better because I've got much more to lose as a free man as opposed to someone who's incarcerated.
And I'm actually thinking beyond the win or lose of being in or out. I'm thinking about this just in terms of, and not that you haven't been able to do it, but that sense of like, what does it look like if you're having a tough time? That's all I'm asking for. What would people around you see if you were just having a tough time?
Suppose I get silent.
Okay.
I get a little irritable, but it's not something that's really beyond my control because I've definitely had to deal with difficult situations and individuals in prison. And I consider it training for when I leave prison because I'm going to deal with that same sort of entitlement or aggression in the real world as opposed to just in here.
Okay, thank you. I'd open this up to any board members who have questions for Mr. Hedberg.
Yeah, Mr. Hedberg, I think I read in your letter of May 8th that what you're hoping for is to stay
Yeah.
where you are
Yeah,
and maybe get into the tattoo program or culinary. Is that that's what you're hoping for?
from what I understand, culinary arts is supposed to start next month in the kitchen. I really want to get into the tattoo program because I would love that to get in
Yeah.
that sort of field.
Okay.
I mean, I could do that when I get out. I could start apprentice to a tattoo shop, but if I got it done in here, that would just give it more street cred.
Sure. Great. Thank you.
Mr. Hedberg,
Hi,
how you doing?
doing well, sir.
I think you and I have some things in common that I'd like to explore with you.
Okay.
One thing is this whole concept of restorative justice. Okay. It seems like you've gained a lot in that. Okay. So that's one thing we could talk about together. And I think we'd help one another with some of those issues around justice and what it is. Would you agree? Or would you
Yes,
like
sir.
to pursue that? And you have pursued that.
I definitely want to pay it forward to the Campbell family if they're open to that. I don't know if they're open to that or not, but if not, I'd definitely love to pay it forward to the community at least.
And I think you're finding ways of doing that. And so that brings another thing that's very important to me. And I think you're demonstrating it to me is you got to do it yourself, but you can't do it alone. How's that sound?
Yes, sir. I don't know if you've seen the wall in the kitchen, but some of the ideas for the kitchen wall were not my own ideas. So it was more of a collective effort
Bingo.
as opposed to my singular effort to what would
Yeah.
be going on the wall.
Yeah.
And yeah, I definitely didn't want to put SpongeBob SquarePants on the wall, but it got requested by somebody in the administration, so SpongeBob got put on the wall.
Again, couldn't do it alone. Some people are going to object, but you can bring in so forth, bring it in. Okay, you've got a good sense of what's right and what's wrong, what's safe and what's dangerous. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
And
sir.
I applaud that. I think you have a good sense of agency. You know what you can do and you've learned how to do it better. And that's most evident to me with your art, and maybe even the tattoo is where it's could be exercised the easiest. Again, you got to do it yourself, but you can't do it alone. Is that making sense?
Yes, sir.
The one area where I'm most concerned is in this whole sense of called belonging. Does that make sense? Or you know what I'm talking about? I belong with, I'm part of. I believe
Yes,
you
sir.
had, go ahead.
I definitely feel it when I'm in this particular community because the entirety of the ELU is kind of judged by the actions of individuals.
Yes.
So if an individual acts up, it kind of reflects on all of us, like, oh, there's a problem with the community. And so if I have an issue, which is non-existent, but if I had an issue, it would possibly indicate there's an issue in the community as a whole.
Uh-huh.
And so I have to not only like monitor my own behavior, but I have to keep an eye out for individuals who may be going through emotional problems that may need some counseling.
Yeah. I think you develop good skills, the agency of knowing where it's safe and where to reach out or to include and where not to. And where it doesn't go with a pattern that you want, you're aware of the conflict with that or the disappointment with that. But I don't think you've had much experience of trusting being a member of a well-organized group or community. Is that fair to say?
The closest I've had a dealing with anything like that would be being part of the restorative justice committee and group over at Faribault. That was a heavy responsibility. I loved being a part of that committee because I could actually paint chairs and various projects for charity. I loved it.
Right. Yeah, you can contribute. You're a part of it.
Yeah, I loved it.
The best experience of belonging you've had and the worst experience of belonging you've had has been at Faribault, is what I understand.
It's been a long and arduous ride, sir, but Faribault would possibly be the worst 7 years I've ever had.
And at the same time, that's where restorative justice was planted or the seed germinated.
It started at Oak Park, but it eventually
Okay.
spread out to other areas. But Faribault is where I was the last part of the Restorative Justice Council. The spots are already filled up here, I think.
So what I'm understanding, that belonging started at Oak Park Height and was expanded even with the difficulties at Faribault. And there may be limited opportunities now at Stillwater, but it's my picture that in the step-down processes, there's increasing opportunities for more of that sense of belonging. Less restrictions, less immediate supervision. And so I'm asking sort of, I think you've got a good value of belonging with limited experience of doing it. That making sense? And I want you to have a step down process where that belong, or you know what you're bringing in terms of capacity to work with others. You know you have that capacity, opportunity's been weak. Do we share the same picture?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At least that, I think you're ready for that. I want to see where that can happen. Or I hope the continuance has opened more doors than it's closed for that. Okay. I guess
Thank
the
you,
other
sir.
thing, I'm dealing with an idea called me, we. Can't do it alone. I need to do it with something else. We do it together in order for me to do it well. I can do that with you.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Mr. Hedberg, I just have a couple questions. Did you finish your BA?
Yes, ma'am.
Congratulations. What'd you get it in?
It was just a liberal arts. We weren't allowed to pursue a focus. And I was kind of wondering whether or not, once I get stabilized in the community, as whether I should continue my academia in a more focused area, or if I would go into a trade school, possibly BSU.
Those are really worthwhile thoughts. I mean, that is a conversation worth exploring. What would you do? You said that you didn't want to go to minimum because you don't want to share a room again. So what would you do if the only way you can start to get out is by going to minimum versus staying in ELU and not being able to start the process of getting out? What would you do?
I would much rather stay at the ELU because sharing cells is it's a road
Horrible.
to failure because there's drug use and there's hidden drug use. And I definitely do not want to get mixed up in that because a friend of mine was brought back from minimum because someone planted drugs in his area and they didn't do a thorough investigation and they just assumed he was the guilty party. And if I rub someone's shoulder the wrong way, I do not want to be sent back inside because this guy has an issue with me. And that's what my primary reason for wanting to stay is because I do not want to deal with that whole territorial culture of this is my area, don't step over here. Because I deal with that in here already. It's just that these individuals don't have any sort of real power to affect me because I'm living in a single cell and I don't have to worry about them putting something in my cell without me seeing it. They have to step inside to put it in my cell. Out in minimum, they have free access to put whatever they want in my area, and I won't know about it until I'm in sec. On my way back to medium.
So does that mean you'd rather not work toward actually getting out if it means you ever have to share a cell again?
I believe I've got like 22 months left and I'm perfectly fine doing it here.
Yeah.
They've
Okay.
got some vocational training programs I'd like to do. I would definitely like to get into the tattoo program. Again, it's 7 years of being double bunked was hell enough. I do not want to subject myself to that again.
So my last question, what is your current financial situation? How much money do you have saved, if any?
I've got like $100 and some in savings. I have my entire gate fee paid off. I get money from my reservation once a year, and I want to put that into savings. Again, COVID really depleted all my money I had saved up. I had like close to like $4,000 in savings, and COVID happened, and this 2 years of lockdown just slowly depleted that to nothing. There was like no jobs. It was horrible, and I thought I was going to die because when I was in Faribault, I asked for medical help twice, and twice I was told that I'd have to wait for tomorrow to see the nurse. And yeah, I didn't think I was going to make it through COVID, honestly. So I didn't really have much future plans beyond trying to survive COVID.
Well, congratulations on making it as far as you have. That's all the questions I have.
Hearing other question. Oh,
Mr.
go ahead.
Hedberg, Mr. Hedberg,
Hello?
Mr. Hedberg, I'd like to, first of all, commend you. You seem to be goal-oriented, able to complete what you set your mind out to do. I don't know if it was a Bachelor of Arts or Bachelor of Science. I saw on the record it said Bachelor of Science, but regardless, you completed your degree and you got into and have stayed in the earned living unit. And you haven't, from my reading of the record, had any discipline for 10 years. Is that correct? No
Yeah.
institutional discipline.
Yeah,
Well, those are all really strong indications that you can set your mind to something and do it, if you think it's for your benefit. So I commend you on those achievements. The question I have, however, is according to the reports, you've refused to have anything that would help you with insight into yourself, into your actions, into controlling your interactions with others. You declined to meet with behavioral health, despite the fact that that was one of the things that was requested at the last hearing. And I don't understand the connection when you can work towards something that you think improves yourself, like education, earned living unit, but the behavioral health, and I understand why um, you didn't work on your step down plan because you didn't want to go to minimum custody. That you've explained that reason. I don't
Yeah.
agree with that reason, but you've explained it. But I don't understand why you've declined to meet with the mental health provider and haven't sought assistance from behavioral health staff to address emotional triggers. I don't understand that. Can you help me explain? Can you help me by explaining why you haven't done that when it was specifically requested by this board the last time they saw you that you do that?
okay. Having been incarcerated for 25 years, living with very difficult individuals with, again, various levels of psychosis or personal issues that are beyond my own control, I've developed pretty proper and healthy methods of dealing with my own responses to theirs. And I don't think I need any more counseling to know how to properly deal with that sort of situation.
Would you be open to at least looking at those areas to see if maybe there's something you haven't considered? Maybe there's a strategy, maybe there's something experience-wise that could trigger you that wouldn't be necessarily something that you have the wherewithal right now to meet, but that with some help, behavioral help, as to identifying those triggers, you could be on the lookout for them and perhaps avoid any problems down the road, either inside or outside the prison. Would you at least be open to that kind of interaction with behavioral health?
No, ma'am.
And that's because you don't think you need any help? Is that right?
Well, that and that's, I do not trust staff.
And does that go for all staff? Have you had any
I was over at
interaction?
Faribault where
I'm
I
sorry.
was over at Faribault where staff would openly tell the inmates my personal information. So I do not trust staff.
But you haven't had any experience yet with the behavioral treatment staff. It's my understanding from the program narrative, the
I-
report that I read.
I've heard from individuals that the staff there would speak about their interactions with mental health. So I do not want to share my personal information or trauma with correctional staff.
So I also hear you say that your goal is not necessarily to get out sooner than your release date, but rather to stay out of trouble, stay where you are, do what you think is the best way of handling your incarceration, and then just serve out your time. Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah. Here
Okay.
it's nice and stable. I don't have to worry about someone putting contraband in my cell. Yeah, it's lovely doing time here. I definitely don't want to give that up for the trauma of moving again, having to buy everything again, then having to worry about maybe rubbing someone's shoulder the wrong way, and then I'm gonna have to worry about them planting something in my area to get rid of me because they don't like me.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hedberg.
Mr. Hibbard,
Hi.
I'm Tony Carter, a member of the board. I joined late because of technical difficulties, and I thought I should introduce myself. Actually, Member Ramstad asked the question that I had wanted to ask, and I'll just extend it a little bit. I do understand your opinion of your ability or inability to trust staff and therefore not want to work through those programs as recommended, as the reason, you're not doing that. I wanted to ask about your opportunity to begin a step down plan, understanding you're not wanting to move into a roommate situation. And also as it impacts your ability to transition in a more planful way back into community. I know that you have a certain amount of time left. I think you said 22 months, and you perceive that it would be okay just to wait for that. I
Yeah.
did want to encourage you to be thinking about whether there might be some options to begin elements of a step down plan. I was here late, so I may be a little bit repetitive and having not heard what you said already about that. But if you could think through elements of what that might look like and work with staff to propose how you might get more community exposure, be out and testing that interaction. If you might be able to work at a higher pay level and begin to save more so that at that time, when you are able to be released in community, you have some of that, some additional savings to help you transition back. I think those might be good ideas. And I would just encourage not knowing all the possibilities that may or may not exist for elements of a step down plan that you might think of, minus perhaps that piece of not having to have a roommate. So I just wanted to encourage you in that, and also to appreciate the progress that you've made, the manner in which you are comporting and able to interact today where you are, and the help that you've been in community. It's very difficult to recognize you as the person who may have committed the offenses of which, we are, of course, now meeting with you about. But I'm thankful that that has happened, and just encourage you to continue whatever you can do to find elements of that step down process. Thank you.
Mr. Hedberg, just a couple of questions from me, and I'll keep it brief. I want to echo the sentiment of many of the board members. Kudos to you on getting your degree. That's a fantastic accomplishment, especially considering your background and how education was not for you growing up. So I think that's something that is admirable and something that I suspect you are proud of, and you should be very proud of. You've made your feelings abundantly clear that you are not interested in minimum custody, and you have kind of laid out your rationale for that. Part of it being kind of the risk and some of those things. Do you think, and I appreciate your perspective. I may not agree with it 100%, but I understand where you're coming from. Do you think that there is greater risk in potentially trying the minimum and trying the step down so that you can ease your way back into society? Because as you've pointed out, you're getting out in 22 months. Do you think there is greater risk in trying that and pushing yourself outside of that comfort zone so that you can, have things in place, potentially get work release, maybe even have an apartment, those sorts of things set up in advance versus walking out the door on whatever the date is. I think it's May sometime of May 22nd, 2028, with nothing planned and ready to go. Like, which is the greater risk from your perspective?
Sir, over the past 25 years, I've seen individuals come to the system. When I was over at Faribault, I literally watched people go out to minimum and come back. Going out to minimum is no guarantee of success or fulfillment of success. It's just an additional step. I already have a job waiting on me. I already have a place I could parole to. It's just I have to plan my personal plan around what everyone else is going to decide. And so for me, it's more about comfort. I've got 22 months left and some change. I would rather do it in comfort and in peace as opposed to chasing programs from facility to facility.
I can appreciate that, and I agree. There is no guarantee. Like, stepping down is not a guarantee of success. I think it is more. I certainly can't speak for the rest of the board members. Ultimately, we want you and others that come before us to be successful and to not be back. And I think just these are mechanisms that, I personally feel do help to establish some of the framework that'll be really important, developing support systems, just kind of developing some of the things that are going to help you be successful. So like I said, I understand your perspective. Again, I may not necessarily agree with it, but I guess you have answered my question.
Let me ask one question. If we were to forego minimum and move you to work release, would you do that?
Immediate work release?
Yeah.
Sure.
Why? You can have a roommate there.
I suppose I'd have more incentive to go to work release as opposed to hang out 22 months with a group of random individuals in a pod. And hopefully the individual who I'm sullied with at work release would also have the same incentives to not mess around. But it's no guarantee. It's just I've had so much cellies over the years who did not care about the impacts of their behavior had on me. Mm-hmm. And it's just, I'm just hopeful if I were to go to work release that I wouldn't have to deal with a cellie who's using drugs, who's having psychological issues, and I would have to be put in a tough choice of whether or not
I've heard that, but I'm interested in like, because that's life too. I mean, you could have that in the community, right? I mean, you could have a neighbor that has these things. You could have coworkers that have these struggles. Things happen, right? That we certainly don't expect. So I just to go back, you would be interested in that?
Work release?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. All right.
But again, it's does the Campbell family feel comfortable with that?
Well, that's a separate question.
Yeah.
But
one more question, if I may. You're a member of a Native community at this point, is my understanding. What sense of belonging have you had with that community, that culture, those values, and what's available for you from that community now? I guess my observation from the outside, there's a place that I've often admired the belonging that's displayed. And what's it been for you, and what's the opportunity?
Through the years, it's been various people who've ran the group. And so I've tried to stay away from that because it's more politics than I want to get involved with.
Okay.
It's not really like a racial thing. It's more of like a clique thing. And I'm not really choosing sides between which clique I'm siding with. It's more of a, do I want to keep myself out of their BS?
Thank you.
And I just have one quick question. You did say in the materials that you would consider going to behavioral health to see someone outside the DOC. Is
Yes,
that something you would do?
outside the DOC, yes.
Yeah. You would, okay.
It's just that I do not trust staff to
Right.
maintain the confidentiality because I've witnessed staff tell my personal information to another IP.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Hedberg, before the board begins discussion and deliberation about next steps, I want to open the floor to you to make any final comment, if you'd like.
If the Campbell family is still fine with me getting out of prison early, I'm all for it, I guess. I'm not really expecting anything to come from this parole hearing. It's just, I'm perfectly fine sitting the next 22 months here, if at all possible. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll close that portion of the discussion. During board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would open this to board discussions.
I'd like to make a motion that we respect Mr. Hedberg's vision for himself and allow him to do the next 22 months at Stillwater ELA or ELU.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Repeat the motion again, please.
22 months to serve out the remainder of his time to hit his supervised release date.
Second,
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Well, my discussion, I probably would not vote for that just because I would like to see him go right from there to work release. Then he could get some outside behavioral health help if he wants it. So just a thought.
I guess I'm more in favor of the work release, and at least exposure I've had to work release, those opportunities for outside behavioral health are available. Yeah, and have worked out well. So I'm more for a work release at this point. Yeah. Or at least explore the opportunities, what are available there. Yeah.
So we have a motion on the table to allow him, and that really at this stage would be ELU. So he would stay at ELU for until he hits the supervised release date. Any other discussion?
I really would like just to understand the motion a little better. I'm
So
hearing,
he has a
Okay.
hard out date, and in May of 28. And the motion is to let him remain at the ELU until he hits his supervised release date, at which time he would just go out through the standard supervised release process.
all right, and may I ask a question? Would that mean then that work release he would not be eligible for work release until that release date, 22 months from now?
He has a hard release date, so he would be out on that date, regardless.
Okay.
So
Without work release.
without work
requirement?
release, right?
Okay.
Okay, and that's what I'm trying to just navigate through. I would like to see the ability for work release, understanding that would necessitate another facility, would be outside of Stillwater ELU. Is that correct?
Yeah, it would be in the community. If he were to go work release, it would be in the community.
And that would also provide the opportunity for the resources that we've talked about him being able to utilize on the outside as opposed to the inside. So I'm struggling with the motion as well and wanted to share why. I do appreciate that ELU has been a compatible location for Mr. Hedberg and that he is willing to stay there. I regret the inability for him to receive the resources, of mental health and anger management, the resources we've talked about that could be available for him in another spot. For that reason, I would likely not vote for the motion as well.
Just as part of kind of some ongoing discussion to the motion, I'm wondering if, because I don't think from Mr. Hedberg's perspective, he had not really considered the work release option during his initial statements. And I certainly want him to have agency in kind of directing some of this. Jody, I'm just wondering if you'd be open to amending the motion to allow him to make a request for work release, at which point, if that happened, that would be something that would be authorized. Because I think much like the other board members, I would really like for something like that to at least be on the table, because I think it is going to be important for him. So
to be clear,
just a thought.
just to be clear that he can apply because he's got a presumptive
Oh, okay.
release date. So he
Fair
can
enough.
apply if he wants.
Okay, nope, that's
to do
helpful.
that.
Thank you for the clarification.
I'm tracking with you, Andrew, on that in terms of his getting to decide for himself.
Just to be clear, I cannot support the motion as it is either. I would much prefer to see a move to work release, facilitate that quickly and see him do that for a year. Assuming he can do that and come up with, develop a comprehensive plan, he could come before the board then and request parole, which provides some incentive for him to do that. I understand I absolutely respect and understand the nature of the risk aversion that he has, and I can appreciate it. I also believe and feel that risk will exist no matter where he finds himself, and so I wouldn't support it, not because I don't necessarily, I don't want to be disrespectful of what he wants, but I also believe that I worry that he will be somewhat cold and have to walk out cold. And he may do just fine with that. But I would rather see the incentive drop, and that's where I just sit with in terms of the motion. So I just want to be clear about my position as well.
Could I ask
So-
you to clarify something, Commissioner?
Yeah.
You indicated that he would come back before us to ask for parole. Did I understand you correctly?
Yeah, I mean, that I would be more comfortable rather to give him the incentive that he said he would be willing to do. And then you have that year work release, and then he can come before the board, and assuming everything goes as it does, he could be paroled.
So would the work release be 1 year or the 2 years that he has left to expiration of his sentence?
1 year. And so that he realizes the incentive of, at least, a chunk of time, a year or 10 months or whatever of early release, but it's all about focusing on the future. Because that's my concern, is that, he's got a lot going for him, and I don't want to diminish that one bit. I just would love to see his head on the outside as opposed to swiveling as much as it does on the inside.
Would
So-
you see behavioral health participation as part of that year? While he's in
Yeah,
work release?
So Yeah, I mean, I would. I just want to be clear, we have a motion on the table, so
Yeah.
I just want
I
to
think
keep
we
that
should
separate.
vote.
So I think let's just call a vote on this. To the motion on the floor, Board Member Bray,
No.
Board Member Carter,
No.
Board Member Larson,
No.
Board Member Ramstead,
No, not without clarification.
okay, no, Board Member Nelson,
Yes.
Board Member Struford,
No.
Schnell votes no. So the motion as presented does not pass. So I'll come back with that, my motion, and then we'll see where that goes. I would move that we would deny parole. We would facilitate a transition to work release in the most expeditious manner possible. That he would move to a work release, following all the standard conditions of work release, and the addition of him identifying and locating a behavioral health provider in the community of his choosing. And with a release, and I'm not even saying we need to know the details of what that is, other than that he is doing it. And that he develop in that time, a comprehensive release plan, and that he be seen in 12 months for consideration of early release on parole. That's the motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Are there a discussion?
It's my understanding of work release. There's a wide selection of different types of housing at different locations there, as well as good exposure and help in choosing the type of work that you can get into. If work release for what, does he have the chance to veto an assignment to work release, or what's his options in being part of the selection process as opposed to assigned to?
I mean, he can certainly weigh in on some of that. It's so bed dependent and, you know,
Yeah, I
that kind of stuff. So
understand, yeah.
and so that can do it. I mean, at the end of the day, the choice is, you know, this is the plan we're putting in place, but he could say, I'm not doing it. And if that's what he does, then that's what he does. But
And return probably to his current place.
he just would stay where he's at. I mean, if he denies going, but at least I'm interested in the incentive for what the potential benefits are.
Yes, yes, yes.
My question is how realistic is achieving all that within a 1-year period, getting the work release location, getting a behavioral health person, getting adjusted to work release, and developing a comprehensive release plan? Is that realistic, or would it take longer than that? I don't know what kind of resources are available to someone in work release for assisting with the comprehensive release plan. I'm just questioning how, I don't want to set them up for failure.
Yeah, and I think there would be, you know, resources that are available in the community. There are a number of programs that are available that could work with them in addition to the halfway house itself that may be able to assist. There's also many people who've gone, as we've all seen, people who've gone through and have really developed some incredible plans and worked with a number of community resources. You know, maybe the work release ends up being, if it takes 60 days or whatever, it ends up being 10 months. I'm interested in that incentive, and having them have that incentive. So I do think it's possible, and we've had people who've gone through, you know, 6 month placements before, in terms of release. So
And that clarification from work release 1 to work release 2, I think is very helpful for everyone.
Yeah,
If it's available.
if it's available, but I think, we, just see where that goes. Did that answer the question, Cheryl?
Yes, it did. And also it's my understanding that he'd have the option if this wasn't what he wanted or how he wanted to spend the next short of 2 years, he could elect to stay where he is. So he's got a choice either way. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
He would always have that option of just refusing to go with the program that we're laying out here. So
Thank you.
there's
That answers my.
okay. So there's a motion and a second. To the motion, Board Member Bray,
Yes,
Board Member Carter,
Yes.
Board Member Larson,
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead,
I'm sorry, I was on mute. Yes.
okay. Board Member Nelson,
Yes,
Board Member Strufert,
Yes,
and Schnell votes yes. Mr. Hedberg, you heard the conversation here. You have some choice. I really, really would hope and recommend that you look at door number one, the work release option. And that you to do that if for for yourself, if there are people that, that we can connect you with that have made that transition that you trust and that you respect and that kind of stuff. And there are people in the community and folks that that you've been incarcerated with that are doing exactly what you would be doing. And you've been in a long time, and this is an opportunity. And the last thing I will tell you is that the family does not oppose at all your transition. So that would be what we're looking at. Do you have any questions about this?
So when would I ask for the work release process?
Yeah, under this thing, we just made that decision an option for you. So you don't have to ask for it.
Okay.
We would start to move it forward unless you just said, look, I'm not doing it because I don't want to waste a bunch of time. But at the same time, we would have, work release. They would probably have you complete the app because that's just a standard. So you could do that right away. But we've already put that in place, that this is what we would like to see happen. That can take a little bit of time. It's, we have beds that we have to work out, but, I would say probably within 60 days or so, they could, we would beg them. I would beg them, to make sure that we get you moved. And then, you start that move, and then, you can start to look at behavioral health providers, depending upon where you're placed. And go from there.
So it would be within 60 days?
That's what I'm thinking.
Because I don't want to apply for a program or a vocational training program if I'm going to be leaving.
Yeah, so what you're hearing is that you can leave. And as soon as we can get you set up in work release, I'd like to see you go to work release.
Okay.
That's what the board's wish was here. And so, make sense?
Yeah.
So what do you, just on the whole, what are you thinking?
Have to rethink my future because I was kind of expected to stay at the 22 months.
Well, now it's 12. And then you can come back and just talk through because all we'd be asking you to do a year from now is just to talk about your plan. And assuming that all looks good.
All right.
And, I wouldn't have any expectation it would be anything other than good. You're good to go. You'd be out earlier. Fair enough?
Yeah.
All right. I wish you well.
Thank
Take
you.
care. Thank you. All right.
It's ready.
Okay, we're going to Moose Lake for Mr. Edberg.
Okay. Oh, I'm gonna be connected. Or I'm finna disconnect.
Mr. Edinburgh, can you hear us there at Moose Lake?
Edinburgh.
Yes,
Edinburgh.
I can.
All right.
Okay. Oh, hello, hello.
Hello, Melody.
Oh, hey, Mal. Oh, I was
Yeah.
about to panic because I couldn't do it on with the email. I'm sorry, I'm not real fluent with all that computer stuff, so I had to do it
Yeah.
by phone.
Yeah.
We
You
can
at
hear you
home?
loud and clear.
Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. That's okay, Kelly, they got me. How y'all doing today?
Good.
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 All right, good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Miles David Edinburgh. Is that how Edinburgh?
Edinburgh.
Thank you. Who's participating through live stream video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Moose Lake. Mr. Edinburgh also has his aunt and advocate participating, Miss Melanie Owsley. Thank you for joining
Melody.
us today.
Yep, it's Melody. A lot of people call me Melanie, but it's Melody.
Yeah, Melody.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Jody Nelson, Christine Bray, Don Strufert, Cheryl Ramstead, Andrew Larson, and Tony Carter. Our records indicate that on July 20th of 2008 at approximately 12:50 a.m., Wilmer police officers in Candy, Ohio County responded to a report of a stabbing in an apartment complex. When officers arrived, they found a group of people standing around the victim, Adam Milton, who was lying prone on the ground with his shorts and shirt covered in blood. EMS ambulance personnel arrived and Adam Milton was transported to the Rice County Memorial Hospital. Police spoke with numerous witnesses and learned that Adam Milton and several others were having a get-together when Miles Edinburgh and two other males showed up to the get-together. They were asked to leave. A fight then began and Adam Milton was stabbed during the altercation. Edinburgh was discovered hiding under a car in a driveway. Edinburgh told police he had poked the victim because he thought he was going to get jumped. He described the knife as a flip-style knife, approximately 2 to 3 inches long, that he had dropped it somewhere when he was running from the scene of the stabbing. Police later recovered the knife. At 1:44 a.m., Adam Milton passed away from his injuries. On December 2nd of 2009, Miles Edinburgh was sentenced to 360 months or 30 years for the offense of second-degree murder in Candy, Ohio County District Court. Due to the legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense, Mr. Edinburgh now has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervisory Board after serving a minimum of 15 years incarceration. On December 3rd of 2024, Mr. Edinburgh was reviewed by the Supervisory Board. He was denied parole and continued for a future review by the board in 2 years. Today's review represents his second review after serving approximately 18 years of incarceration. His original confinement release date is November 13th of 2028. Given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, he's eligible to be considered for release as of July 19th, 2023. It should be noted that on March 10th of 2019, Mr. Edinburgh was charged with a latter sentence of 21 months for his current involvement in the introduction of methamphetamine into a correctional facility. This sentence was served concurrent. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Edinburgh. How are you today?
I'm okay.
I'd like to start by asking you to tell the board what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
I'll say first, maybe like a review of the progress that I made here at Moose Lake and in my efforts to fulfill the recommendations set to me by the board. I think that's, first of course. I think second as well to, for me personally, to express my remorse and killing Adam Milton. You know what I mean? in a lot of the programs that I've taken here, I've actually got a chance to learn a lot and gain a lot of perspective from a victim's perspective, you know, through treatment, through restorative justice, and even my victim impact letter. So expressing that remorse is important for me because it's something that I've gained more of. Not that I didn't have it at first, but I gained so much more of it from what I've learned. You know what I mean? And I think third, I guess, ultimately through the step down process and early release, you know, work release or, you know, minimum then work release within a few months or so, however that works. The first time I went through this, I was kind of unprepared. I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know what the step down process was. So I took some time and put some effort into learning about the step down process and seeing how beneficial it actually is and how it just prepares one for release into the community, how it prepares one to, you know, handle the freedom that he hasn't had in so long and being able to acclimate, being able to adjust gradually. So I see the value in that. So for me, those are the three things I hope to get out of this meeting, you know, making sure that the remorse that I feel towards Adam Milton and had taken his life, like that's something that's actually grown significantly since coming here to Moose Lake. And also what I've learned, like the way I've done my time prior to this is completely different than how I do my time now. Like it's crazy. It's like night and day. But then again, you know, once you know better and you want better, you can do better. So yeah.
So you started up by talking about review of your progress while at Moose Lake. Why don't you walk us through that?
I think the biggest progress that I made was when I completed completing drug treatment. And my issue with it wasn't drug based, it was more so my criminal thinking and being able to gain insight into my own personal criminal thinking and my own personal criminal behavior and how it affects me, my loved ones, and my community at large. And also some of my triggers, some of my flawed thinking, some of my ingrained patterns of just this is how it's always been. Even my like criminal thinking as far as like the criminal code, even here in prison, and being able to like develop new options, healthier options, better avenues of being able to handle situations, not necessarily in a violent way, but in a way, in a more constructive way. I took the CREST mentor class and became a CREST mentor for helping reduce conflict. And they actually taught us the tools and how to de-escalate conflict and how to help manage conflict and how to take conflict from turning into a fight, which is what I was accustomed to the first 10 years of my bid, versus taking a conflict and being able to de-escalate and being able to turn a conflict into a resolution and have a resolution without there being any violence, without there being any more necessary conflict, and even more so with there being some type of understanding and having some type of peace and harmony and being able to communicate and being able to resolve things in a way where it doesn't have to take such a negative, unhealthy turn. I felt like it provided me those tools. And so having those tools made a significant difference in how I approach myself, how I approach others, how I approach conflict, but how I approach, you know, the future that I have before me as well. And so what I've learned significantly, like just overall, just having better tools to handle situations in a more healthier, more positive, more constructive way versus a negative and destructive way. I've done that for so long, you know what I mean? And I've seen the results of that. I've seen the consequences of that. I've lived the consequences of doing things in an unhealthy way. And so being provided with the tools to do things a healthy, positive way, I'm grateful for because it's made my life so much easier. And not just my life, but the life of my loved ones and even the life of the community that I'm a part of. It's made the life around me like so much more positive. And I'm grateful for that because before these tools, it was so much more harder. And I remember the stress, the struggles, the pain that I went through just because I didn't know any better and because I had to get through it I had to go through it to get through it. And I wish I had these tools so much more earlier, but I'm grateful that I have them now. So the progress that I made as far as learning about my own triggers, my own thinking, and being aware of my own downfalls, if you will, of me getting in my own way and learning how to get out of my way, learning how to be able to walk away from a disagreement that can't even be resolved through communication, that I don't have to be a tough guy, that I don't have to be the strong man or an alpha, that doesn't matter. That's not important. What's important are my goals, my priorities, the big picture before me, and that, that affect me, my family, my friends, my community at whole. That's what's important. Not being right in an argument and going back and forth with someone over something that I don't care about. And so just being able to have that perspective, a perspective that I didn't have before, that perspective has changed how I approach so many different situations. And I do so deliberately wanting a more positive result, a more positive outcome, a more positive ends, because it's possible now. I know how to do it now, and I'm grateful for it. Like there's so much more peace that I have now, and so what I've learned, what I've gained, it's actually helped me. And it's crazy though, because as a Chris mentor, being able to do the same for someone else, being able to help someone else through their own personal conflict, whether they're having it with a cellie or a stranger or a friend or whoever else, being able to mediate those type of conflicts, being able to help resolve those type of conflicts, and even pass those same tools and same abilities and same coping skills on to others. Like it's also rewarding in and of itself. You know what I mean? So I'm also grateful for that because it actually has made a difference. And we all want a better life for ourselves. It's just a matter of knowing how to obtain it and wanting to go out and get it and having the tools and the means to do so. And so learning how to do so has benefited me significantly. And I'm grateful for that.
Where do you see the biggest areas of challenge for yourself?
I say having patience with people. I got patience for hardship. I have patience for circumstances. Having patience with people, irritating people, annoying people, disrespectful people. That's the biggest thing for me. And that's why I appreciated having the conflict resolution skills to be able to communicate in a respectful, in a positive way, in a healthy way about what I like and don't like and what works and doesn't work for me. And so having that type of friction with other people, I don't know, man, that throws me off my balance. And so that's always been a huge challenge for me. I don't want I don't want any more conflict. I want peace. I don't want any more negativity. I want peace. But it's not always peaceful. You're not always going to be around people who have the same goals or the same desires. And so even in here, I deal with that regularly of having to bump heads with somebody over something that's meaningless, but it can turn into something more. And I think I struggle with that a lot still, but I now have the tools now to de-escalate. I've got the tools to walk away and I've got the patience to walk away and also like the maturity. Like, I don't even care, bro. You can have it. Like, I don't want to argue. You can have it. So I think that's my biggest struggle is in button heads with other people. And that's, I don't know, I guess I've been like that as a kid as well, too.
Last question for me. I presume you've had the chance and you've looked at the original kind of report, risk assessment report. Is that accurate?
Yes.
That was yeah. And I think we may have even talked about this a little bit last time. That at that time, your assessment of risk was moderate to low. How do you feel about that, and to what extent does does that reflect a reality? Do you agree?
Mm, I think moderate to low, yes and no. I could see it. I would lean more personally, I would lean more towards the low, only because of how I handle conflict now. And that's always been my biggest issue. But I can also see how it can still be moderate because of just my old nature, my old thinking. Of course, it hasn't been completely removed from my past experience. You know what I mean? and my old triggers as well, being able to handle my triggers as well. You know what I mean? Being mature enough, being strong-willed enough, being patient enough to handle my triggers and to not let my triggers become explosive or destructive. So moderate to low, I think, is accurate, and I would give it a little bit of support, that's understanding. But personally, I would lean more towards the low, only because I know how to walk away. Like that's the biggest thing. I know how to walk away. I know how not to engage. I know how to let it go. Like emotionally and like mentally and spiritually, I can let it go. Like I don't care for that anymore. And that's been so just freeing for me. Like it's been
Okay.
so relieving for me that like I don't have the drive or the need to have something to prove or to worry about it anymore. Or like I feel at peace knowing that regardless of what you think of me, I'm going to be okay. Not you guys, the board, but anyone that I come across that might have an issue or some type of petty conflict or whatever. Like I can confidently say that leaving prison, I would never kill someone ever again. And that's my belief, that's my truth, and that's what I know about myself. And I'm not going to be in a situation to do so. I don't have the desire to do so, but nor am I going to put myself in a mindset where that's even a possibility or an option. Like killing someone is never, ever, ever, ever an option, ever. And so the risk of me going out there and harming someone and killing someone ever again, no, God, no, no, no.
As I help, I appreciate that. And I appreciate the fact that you wouldn't kill someone. There's a lot of behavior between killing someone and, everything else. And I would hope that that would get addressed. I just clarification side. When you had the little issue you had with visiting, which was not formal discipline,
Yep.
did you use these skills that you're referencing in terms of your response to that?
That was a poor decision on my part. That was a super poor decision on my part. And I should have been more responsible, more mindful, more thoughtful on that part. And I think it's only because I haven't had a hug from my girl in so long that I was kind of careless with that. And so using those skills, being mindful of it, being thoughtful of it, and also just being able to control those impulses, absolutely. Because I've gotten my visits back. I have my visits back. And I just had a visit maybe 2 months ago. And I had a visit before that as well. You know what I mean? I got my visits back in December. So I've had several visits after that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's no longer a choice or a situation that I'm going to allow to happen again. Like I'm mindful of that. I'm thoughtful of that. I'm considerate of that. When I hug her now, I make sure I hug her above the waist and nowhere near her midsection because it's just not worth it. And so absolutely. I've learned from that. I've grown from that. And that was a poor choice on my part all day, like 100%. I accept responsibility for that. And I'm not perfect. I don't think I'll ever be perfect, but I know that I'm putting forth the effort to be better. And I see myself do better and be better. I still make mistakes all day. I really do, honestly. But I know that the mistakes that I make aren't as life altering or as destructive as they once were because I'm focused on the big picture. Now it's a matter of getting the smaller things down.
Thank you. I would open this up to other board members for questions.
I have a question, because I want to follow up on that. I wasn't so concerned about why you had a ban on visitors. But what caught my attention was the psych report mentioned poor impulse control and boundary issues, which you've acknowledged. And I do believe you probably will never murder anyone again. But just as a commissioner said, there's a big gap between murdering and ending up back in prison, let's say, for some reason. And so I'm mostly concerned about your substance abuse treatment.
Okay.
I read that you struggled with it, but you got better as time went on. Do you have any plan for when you get out to go to AA or do something? Because I could see it being so easy to get back into that.
Actually, I do. There's a treatment center in Wilmer that I had researched and looked up, but it's an outpatient, not an outpatient, but it's like a AA and an NA. And my mother was a part of AA as well before. And so she had told me about how much she had gained from it, from being in the community of people who are recovering. And I'm open to that as well. And I actually do have plans. I've looked it up. I've researched it. I even have some of the dates of when the meetings are held, like nighttime Wednesdays and stuff like that. So I have put forth the effort to look that up, and I have learned. And yes, I do intend to put myself in it, because if I can have a community, a support system that helps me stay sober, that helps me stay in recovery, that supports that, and especially being around people who aren't using. Like if I have friends who aren't using, if I have, family members who aren't using, then it reduces the chances of me being exposed to it or tempted, you know what I mean? Versus me being around a bar and around people who are drinking and smoking or doing whatever that is. So like, I am conscious of the fact that I need to surround myself with a sober support system, but I'm also conscious of the fact that I also need to stay focused and working on my sobriety. Like it's not just a matter of, oh, I'm sober. No, it's I'm still working and I'm still maintaining my sobriety. I've learned about that. So yes, I do have intentions and plans to be part of a sober community, but also to be in A specifically.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Edinburgh, I'm curious about your vocational education or experiences. I know that things are not always available, or, it's kind of tricky sometimes to get into programs, but what have you done in terms of vocational training? I mean, what do you see yourself doing in terms of, yeah.
Man, if they would allow me, I've applied for all of them, for C-Tech, for general construction, and for carpentry. But applying for it and getting it are two different things, unfortunately. You know what I mean? But I would love to be able to get one of those certificates and one of those vocations, because I know how much of a difference that'll make in me being able to provide a living for myself. Like that's a huge box to check off. And if I don't get it in here, then I have every intention on doing it in the world, because being able to make 35, 30 something dollars an hour is it's a significant amount of money. So that's also a priority as well. So it's just a matter of when that opportunity is available or not. Because
Okay.
again, I've applied for them several times, and I've spoken to a few of the teachers of the class, but it's just a matter of getting in it, and getting in it and applying are just two different things.
Right, thanks. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good to be with you. I've got some questions. I really appreciate your capacity to identify what's been helped and how it sort of pushed you ahead to what you experience is a much better place. And I applaud that with you.
Thank you.
If I can just explore triggers with you for a moment, have you been able, or how have you identified triggers related to the crime that brought you to court, to prison? Have there been, I mean, it's something from talking with others who are in a similar situation, it's not something that a person gets over easily or suddenly.
Yeah.
What have been some of the triggers, and how have you dealt with them? Or what have you learned to deal with them?
For me, it's a disrespect thing. I hate disrespect. That feeling of hating disrespect has never changed. And I don't think it will ever change. But what I've learned is that feeling one way towards how someone treats me and responding towards how that person treats me are two different things. I'm allowed to feel however I feel, but how I respond is what makes the difference. And so the way that I've coped with disrespect is either being stern and communicating with it and letting them know my boundaries. Hey, listen, I'm not okay with that. Don't treat me like that. I don't like that. Or it depends on, say, like, for example, if I have to be around a person too long. So say if someone is a passerby, that's not someone I have to deal with on a regular. So I can let that slide. I can let that go, because that's not going to alter my entire day. That's not going to ruin my entire day, how that person treats me, because I have so much more things going on. But say if it's like a coworker and the way he treats me or the way she treats me is like demeaning, I would have to communicate my boundaries and I have to let them know, like, I don't like the way you treat me. I don't like that. And I would do it in a respectful way, in a cordial way, in a way where I'm not triggering them either. You know what I mean? And so I will be upfront about it. And so I know it's circumstantial and it's different for situations, but I have given a significant amount of thought to it because I had to reflect upon how I kept putting myself in a bad situation in so many fights and so many altercations and so many conflicts. So I had to figure out a better way of going about resolving those conflicts and not allowing myself to make a bad situation worse. And if a person's not respecting my boundaries and they're not able to treat me the way that I deserve to be treated, then I need to remove myself. Like I have to remove myself for my own peace of mind. You know what I mean? For my own sake, my own mental health, I have to remove myself because how I feel isn't going to change. But how I go about addressing it, how I go about handling it, that's changed significantly because it had to change because it kept landing me in a situation where I kept taking losses and I kept just being in a worse and worse situation. So my biggest trigger has always been disrespect and someone mistreating me a certain way. Or like, you know what I mean, talking bad to me or something like that. That's just always offended me. But now how I handle it, it's way more positive because it doesn't have to. I realize violence is like the last, if not an option. You know what I mean? Someone putting their hands on me, I'm going to defend myself. But if you're not putting your hands on me, I don't have to defend myself. And so violence isn't an option at all if it doesn't come to that. So so long as it doesn't escalate to that, if we can't get on the same page, then I need to remove myself. If we can't get on the same page and work and just coexist in harmony, then I have to remove myself. So that's how I've learned to cope with my triggers by first being aware of them, but also being able to communicate through them.
Violence can be a disrespectful behavior, is what I understand, and I think we share that same view.
Yes, absolutely.
You've learned to respect yourself when you move away from violence.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm understanding.
Absolutely. Like to move away from violence, but to not even let violence become part of the equation. Like violence becoming part of how we resolve this. Like unless it's someone like threatening my life and beating me up or something crazy that's, you know what I mean? That like violence isn't an option at my workplace, at my home place. Like we don't have to let this resort to violence. And if whoever is being violent, before they even get to it, you know, there's like steps and processes that leads up to a violent situation. And I've experienced so much of it where I know how to check it immediately and be like, hey, listen, I gotta go. I'm gonna be honest, and especially on parole, like I can't afford to go back to prison. I'm not playing no games. Like what? Under no circumstances. So respecting myself enough not to put myself in that situation and knowing how to diffuse that situation as well. So yes.
So violence, as I understand it, or maybe experience it, can be a source of respect
No,
and also a source of shame.
I don't think violence can be a source of respect. Me personally, I don't think nothing good comes from it. Nothing good comes from it. I read a book a while ago that said violence is the lowest form of communication. It's the lowest form of communication.
No
And,
respect then, yeah.
you know, it's the lowest form of communication. And as smart as I am, as capable as I am, I'm so much more capable of communicating at a far more effective way on a higher level than that. And I had to learn that about myself. You know what I mean? I had to learn that about myself. And I also had to actually do it and actually be able to communicate and express myself in a way where I'm not being disrespectful and I'm not causing it, but I'm also able to be firm and be, you know, resolute about it. But also, if it doesn't go my way and it doesn't be resolved and that person is just not on the same page, then it's 100% okay for me to walk away. And I've done it. I know how to walk away. I've experienced it. I know how to it mentally, emotionally. I'm completely okay with it. That's how I cope with it. If it's not possible for it to be resolved, then out of respect for myself, out of respect for that individual, I'm going to just disengage. I got to walk away. I got to let this one go.
You've given me a great deal of respect and trust in the way that you handle violence or the conflict that could lead to violence
Yeah.
for yourself. And I also have deep respect for your helping others achieve the same accomplishment. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Edinburgh, thank you so much for all you've shared. You really have learned a lot about yourself during your time in incarceration. And I'm particularly encouraged that you've learned so much about your skills for communication and that you're using them in the ways that you've shared with us inside the facility, helping others as a mentor. I know a very large part, and I've heard you talk about this too, a very large part of who we are and what we do is our networks, who we find ourselves in the company of. And you've spoken about your strong networks, your strong support system, I think is the word that you used in the community. I am interested in knowing about how, given your incarceration, given the offense for which you've been incarcerated, I am very curious to understand how you have been able to and will continue to be a positive and helpful influence in the lives of those closest in your network. Your mother is here with us. You speak about your son, your sister, your brother-in-law, those who are a part of that network. And undoubtedly, there are friends maybe that you had before, who may have helped you in unhelpful ways and are a part of why you have been incarcerated. Can you talk a little bit about how you've been a positive and influential part of the lives of those closest to you, how you have done that, how you will continue to do that? And if you'd focus in particular on your mother and your son, and there are others, of course, you might mention, I'd appreciate it.
So, January 24th last year, my mother passed away. The woman on here now is her sister.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank
Yep,
you.
it's her sister. And then my Aunt Melody, whom I love dearly as well. And
Thank you.
yes, absolutely.
And my apologies. I'm very sorry to hear that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. But speaking of my mother, like, oh man, I miss her every day. But she's my best friend. And she's still my best friend, even though she's gone. But through her, I learned so much through her. And she's one of the main reasons I believe in God the way that I do. Because through her, I learned what God's love truly is. And I'm so grateful to have had a mother like her, to have been her son. But I think the most valuable thing that my mother has taught me is what love is and how to love myself. And in that same way, how to love others, the same way I love myself. You know what I mean? And it was easy to do in the relationship that I share with her because, she's my mom, the closest person to me. And I felt like the happiest time of my life is when I was sharing love with her, when I was supporting her, when I was helping her be the best person that she could be. Also when holding her accountable, but also doing the same thing for anyone else that I care about, for my sister, for my son, for my aunt, for my friends in here as well. What I learned so much, and I think this might be the biggest lesson that I've learned in being down 18 years, is how impactful, how powerful love is. Because I feel like I wouldn't have gotten through this without the love of my mother, without the love of God, and without the love that I have for myself and for others. Like that sustained me. And I know that same love, that same support, that same help, that same dedication sustains everyone else as well. Because I know what type of good it's done for me. Being able to pour into myself, being able to pour into my son, and let him know that it's okay to make mistakes. Let him know it's okay to not be perfect. Letting him know that it's okay to struggle. That life is hard and it's going to be hard. but you're strong enough that you're capable enough, resilient enough to overcome it, to not let the difficulties overcome you. My Aunt Melody, who's on right now, she beat cancer, stomach cancer, a few years back. When was that, Mel?
Yeah, it's coming up on 3 years.
Oh, 3 years. And you could only imagine how hard of a struggle that was for an individual if anyone's ever experienced cancer with yourself or with your family, we know how hard that is to have gone through it. But she has lived it, she has endured it, she has survived it. But she did that through the grace of God and through the grace of love. And her and I connected on a very, 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 very deep level as she was going through it. And there were so many hard days that her and I went through, where her and I cried together, and her and I struggled together and prayed together, but also where we overcame together. I've learned that it's that support. Like that saying, it takes a village. Yeah, you know the saying, right? It takes a village. Like that's real. Like that's not just a saying. It really, truly, genuinely takes a village. Like my mother passing away. My sister, her and I are born the same day, a year apart. We got the same birthday, a year apart. So I'm born in 90, she's born in 89, September 29th. So her and I are like this. She's a vulnerable adult, right? She consumed lead poisoning as a child. So her brain hasn't developed fully yet. So when she lost my mother, she had no one to support her. And she could barely support herself because she's a vulnerable adult. And she has a husband who's also a vulnerable adult. And the way that my family has come together to support my sister on every level, including myself, my girlfriend, my Aunt Melody, who was just up there in Wilmer with her, my older brother Patrick, like it takes a village to get through it. And we got through it as a family, and we got through it by the grace of God and with the love that we have for each other. And it's the same way that I've gotten through this prison sentence. And I've learned like that's the most valuable thing. Like I'm so grateful to have that. I spent half my life in prison. And I remember being locked up so young as a 17-year-old, 18-year-old kid. Granted, I'm responsible for it. I accept that. But from my point of view, I was so overwhelmed that I thought I would never get out. And I thought that this day would never come, that I would be even close to getting out. And now that it's here, it's like, damn, that time went by so fast and I actually made it. But I made it through the support that I have in my life from my loved ones. So that same support, that same connectedness that they give me, I make it a point to give them back as well. And I knew I did my job when my mom told me, she's gone now, and I miss her every day. But I knew I did my job when my mom told me that I was her soulmate. And not in a weird way, but in a way where like, son, you helped me become the best version of myself. Like she told me that. And I was like, okay, good. So you know I love you. So you know that the love that I have for you is pure, is genuine, and is so deeply felt. And the same thing with my son and my sister and my brother and my girlfriend Ashley and my Aunt Melody. Like her and I got so close during her battle with cancer. And I hope that she knows, and I'm sure she does know how much I love her through that struggle that we endured. Like there was no way that was going to be easy, and nothing about that was easy. Nothing about this 18 years was easy. But like, man, I endured it, and I thank God that I did, and I came out the other end. But I did so by the grace of God and with the love of my family members. And so that type of love, I feel like is everything. I'm at my best when I'm loving someone. That's what I've learned. I'm at my absolute best when I'm loving someone. Like literally the best version of myself, of a 35-year-old man. I'm at my absolute best when I'm loving someone. And I'm grateful for knowing that because I do it deliberately now. You know what I mean? Like I'm at my happiest when I'm loving someone. So that's something that I make it a point to do, to connect and to build. And truthfully, the reason I have a support system the way that I do is because we support and sustain one another mutually. You know what I mean? It takes two. If one wasn't pouring into the other, it wouldn't last long at all. Like if you see a happy household, that's because everyone's doing the job. Everyone's doing their work. And I don't know. I'm fortunate
I
enough.
appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
No, you can go on. I just wanted to share. I appreciate what you've shared. Love is
Yeah,
an incredible motivator, and I
yeah.
thank you for providing information about how you've been helpful and how others have helped you as well, and will
That's the
continue to
main
do so.
reason. That's the main reason I've stayed out of trouble early on, even back at Rush City when I stopped getting into trouble. It's because I saw how my actions impacted my loved ones. I saw how it impacted them and how it hurt them. And that's the last thing I would ever want. Like I might be able to endure the consequences of my actions as a man, right or wrong, but no one deserves to suffer at my hands. Not Adam Milton, not his family, not his loved ones, and not my loved ones. Like that's not okay. That's not okay to have somebody else suffering the consequences of my bad decisions. So when I realized that my actions had that type of effect on the people that I cared about, and not even just that, but like innocent strangers, like Adam's family, like, that's not okay. That wasn't okay with me. And that was a big motivation for me to be like, all right, I have to make better decisions.
Other board members have questions for Mr.
I'm wondering if you could please clarify for me what your vocational plan is. My understanding is you tried to get into one vocational program and you felt like you didn't have the right connections or know the right people to get into that class. What
Yes.
are your thoughts about your vocational plans for the future and what have you done to try to move in that direction?
I want to learn a trade. I want to learn either welding, which I've researched, schools and and places that train it, but welding is very important because I know how much of money I can make in welding. Also in construction as well. I have a friend who's a general manager of a construction company. So those two primarily, but truthfully, I'm open to it. Like I'm not biased or I'm not against, you know, a trade that's reasonable and that's obtainable. You know what I mean? Like if I had a choice, I would choose welding or I would choose general construction. Or if plumbing was available and plumbing paid well, or if even if working at a factory job and learning how to drive forklifts, like I'm open. I know I have to go home and I have to go work my ass off. I know that. I have to go work and I have to go grind. So I'm prepared for that. So I'm open to any trade available, even that boiler trade they got that was at minimum. They told me it wasn't there anymore, but even being a boiler, like that trade there as well. So I'm open to doing the work essentially. But my general idea of a trade that I would like is welding and general construction.
I just have one more question. My understanding is that you've looked into some supportive communities, like with AA or NA in Wilmer, is that right?
Mm.
And I'm just wondering, as I review um, particularly the psych report from May 19th, it indicates that you were selective in following rules and expectations of the substance use disorder program that you took while incarcerated and did not attend support group or arrived late for group treatment. And I'm just wondering what would be different when you would be discharged into Wilmer if you weren't following through and you were selective in your, in your decision as to whether or not to accept the supportive community then.
Mhm. I think a big difference personally, and truthfully though, I'm grateful for having completed treatment, even though I was a little reluctant to complete treatment. Not reluctant or hesitant, but because I'm being forced to do something is different than wanting to do it for myself. You know what I mean? And that's the idea that I had initially of going into it, which isn't a good idea, a good mindset, or a good attitude, I admit. And then I had to be humble about it and be like, okay, it was worth it. You know what I mean? But because I was being forced to do it, I was like, I wasn't all that motivated. But then once I began to learn and gain from it, then I was like, okay, this is worth my time. I actually see the benefit in this. And I think what's different in the world is that my freedom is on the line. My my well-being is on the line, my livelihood. I feel motivated and I feel like I have more options and I have more control of my life to do what I want. And so I think that's a big difference. And truth be told, I know there will be moments where I'm not allowed or not able to do what I want to do, but more so what I have to do. Like I'm aware of that. You know what I mean? There will be moments where I'm doing what I have to do and not what I want to do. And so I think that would be the biggest difference there. But I'm not a quitter either. So I may have drugged my feet and I may have slacked off, and I do admit that. You know what I mean? I didn't have the best attitude some days. I just didn't. But I knew I had to get through it. I was committed to getting through it, and I was committed to actually achieving it. And I'm grateful that I did because I learned so much from it. You know what I mean?
Thank you.
Yeah.
One more question, if I may. Could you speak a little bit to the challenges and the opportunities of returning to Wilmer? And is that part of your agenda, part of your plans?
Yeah.
Returning to that village, I guess, is what I'm sort of asking. Yeah.
I'm kind of on the fence of it. I really want to go where the opportunity is to make the best living for myself, truthfully, for myself, for my family, for my loved ones, and being able to build the best positive life that I can. So I've explored opportunities in Wilmer. I've also explored opportunities in the cities as well. But if I'm released back to Wilmer, the idea of me going back to Wilmer, going back to my mother's house, which is still there, you know what I mean? And being able to live there and being able to seek out employment there. But the challenges that I face, truthfully, I feel like it'll be a little overwhelming, truthfully, if I'm being honest. And the way I deal with being overwhelmed is I tend to isolate. And so I know that I'll have to lean on my support system so I don't isolate, leaning on my sister, leaning on my girlfriend, leaning on my aunt, and also sober support system as well. So I don't isolate, so I don't shut down, because I know how overwhelming it's going to be after doing 18, 19 years in prison. I know that's going to be a tremendous challenge, just having to navigate normal life again, just having to navigate just a normal driving my car and the anxiety of traffic. It's going to be crazy. Like even holding a real normal silverware fork, a metal fork, it's contraband in here. I might be going to the hole for that. You know what I'm saying? So things like that, I have to wrap my head around and be able to brace myself with. But I know how to process through it because I'm aware of my own process and I'm aware of my pitfalls. So I'm aware of how I can be self-destructive in a way as where I'm like, I'm isolating and I'm not staying connected or staying balanced. So I even let my girlfriend know already. She knows that if I isolate to connect with me and balance me out, and send it with my sister. And so I'm mindful of that already as it is. And I know I have to be patient because it's a process. It's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen right away. But I'm sure that I will acclimate effectively and successfully. Like I know there's going to be challenges. I know that. There's no doubt about it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
Well done.
All right. I would like to turn to Ms. Owsley. I want to thank you so much for being here today. I'm going to open the floor to you to provide your thoughts and insights regarding the changes you've seen in Mr. Edinburgh over time.
Hi.
Hello.
Thank you all for your patience and here, let me see. Can y'all hear me?
Yep, we can hear you loud and clear.
I know my voice is loud and carries very good. Well, I thank you and I just got to take a breath for a minute because this is I was taking notes as I was going, but this is kind of emotional for me because I'm filling in for my sister, his mother, Shanae Owsley, and I just got to start with first of all, she died January 17th of last year, 2025. Miles said that it was January 24th.
My bad.
But not when you're not there, and haven't been there, it's an easy mistake. But that's the very first thing I got to clarify, that because it's ingrained in my heart. She died January 17th, not the 24th. And she was my favorite sister. She was Miles. She was so crazy about Miles. I'm not when Miles came along, she was like, "Oh, I'm pregnant again. I just had a baby, a year ago, and now I'm pregnant again. What's happening?" And I was like, "You know what? I'll help you. I'll help you. It's not gonna be easy, but I'll help you. Do it." And she was like, "Wait a minute, I'm gonna do this. I just had a baby. I'm pregnant again." But we did it. Did it together. And Miles was a little hollering little Jack. And so I don't know, I don't know how she did that because I didn't have no hollering kids, but my mother had a hollering son, and he was the first one, so I don't even know how 5 more came after that. But Miles was her last, he was her baby. He was her baby. Oh my God. And they had a very, very special close bond. I mean, because Miles was the one that kind of upset the apple cart. You know, the other two were just quiet, laid back. But Miles came along and he was fun. And he, made her laugh and they wrestled and they did all kind of fun stuff together. And so they were best friends. They were best friends, and me and Shanae was best friends. I was telling Kelly, looking through some pictures, and I was like, I gotta find them pictures when we was kids because on every one of the pictures, me and Shanae was side by side. All the pictures of us growing up, we side by side. So I feel like when Matt asked me to do this, it was a no-brainer. Of course, I was, do it. I feel like I'm picking up what my sister left off at because I remember the day she called me. Matter of fact, it was in the evening, and she called me, and she had a real, it was something about her voice. It wasn't shaking, and she told me, Mel, Miles got into a fight. He stabbed a man, and the man died. That's exactly what she said. And I didn't scream, and I didn't shout. I just talked her through it. We talked, I just had to talk her through it. And because that's the kind of person we were, we felt each other as though we were twins because we were just a year apart. But I just knew she just had to talk to me, and I listened, and I would never forget those words. And all these years later, it's been real hard because I knew my sister was going to suffer every day with Mal. Every day that he was there, I know that she suffered right there with him. There's no way you could not suffer because you feel what your child feels. You feel what your twin feels. So I know and I was so afraid for her because I was like, that's gonna devastate you. How you gonna do that? I was trying to tell her, please, how you gonna walk them walls with him? How you gonna do that prison life with him? Oh my God. And she just told me I had to. She said, I have to. I have to. And a lot of times she did it in silence. She didn't even break down, to be honest, until, oh my God, she did not break down until about a month before she passed away. I knew it was going to come eventually, but all those years, and about a month before she passed away, she called me and she let it all out. She let it all out. She cried like she never cried before, and she told me everything that she wanted to say because she was a strong person. She didn't cry a lot. Matter of fact, she don't even like crying. So she would tell people in a minute, stop all that crying. So when she cried and she got it all out, I was so glad. But it was the hardest thing that I knew she had to do. Her heart broke. Okay, so with all that being said, I just want to go back to my notes, and I kind of, I wrote down the day, and I was reading my sister notes the day that Adam Milton passed away. Life was taken by my nephew on July 20th, 2008. And my heart ached for him and his mother and his little brother. I've always believed in God all my life. So that's all I know. And I know that with God, all things are possible. I know that, yeah, he take us through trials and tribulations. But if you just trust in him and believe in him, he's not going to leave you. He won't forsake you. And that's what I feel like Miles has been through. He had to go through it, but God did not forsake him. But on number one that I wrote down, when the First Lady spoke, she said that, when she was speaking, she was saying exactly what happened. But the one part that I got that I didn't agree with, respectfully, is that she said Miles ran trying to get she didn't say he ran trying to get away. She said he ran from the scene. But he was running. He ran a whole football field before Adam caught up to him. So he was running trying to get away. And so that I just wanted to, when I heard her say that he ran from the scene. No, he was already gone from the scene. He was a football field running trying to get away from him. And that's why, he thought he was going to get off on self-defense. And then number two, and I'll make it quick. I won't try to go through all of these. But not being able, it says, not able to have a natural human contact. It's God's way. It's a human, to have a human contact is a natural effect. It's a natural contact. And it's almost like, how do you tell? You know what it's like? It's like having a baby that's taken away from you before you even can hold them. So that human nature is natural. And I don't know how we're supposed to make our bodies not have a natural human response to a human contact. I mean, when you think about it, right after the baby is born, you want to hold your baby. But anyway, that was number two. And then, I don't know, just Miles was talking about drugs, and I know that you do not need drugs to cope with life. I had to learn that the hard way. But when you use the tools that you learn, you can get through life without drugs because you know your triggers and they don't go away. Your triggers going to always be the same. So if you know your triggers, you don't go around them. But a lot of things that we need, and I'm saying personally, is we made of flesh. We have to, I continually pray. I pray about everything. I know alone I'm not able to say no to drugs, so I just give it to God and I ask God to remove that from me. Just like with alcohol, cigarettes, anything that's sex, anything that you can't do yourself, don't even try. Ask God to do it for you. That's what I'm going to be, and that's what I've always been with Miles. I mean, I'm the baby of the family. I'm the youngest of 6, but I've always talked to all of my family. Everybody in my family know Mel is going to be the one that's going to be preaching God. I'm going to be talking to y'all about God because that's all I know. When people call me, I'm going to pray for you, and I'm going to tell you a way out. And the way out is don't call me. I say, I know somebody you can call, though. And they be like, who? I say, Jesus. That's all I know because he's helped me through everything. I don't try. Listen, I read my Bible, so I know the commandments. No, thou shalt not kill, steal. All those commandments, I live by them. Every day of my life, I just live by God. And that is what I am going to teach Miles. First of all, he talked about hate. When he was saying he hates something. When I was working with my children before I got sick with cancer, I've always from the devil. We don't use that word hate. And I taught them love. I've raised my kids with love. Everybody I come in contact with, a stranger, you love them. You love your neighbors like God loved you. You love, and love, you don't need different races. We all are joined together by love. If I smile at somebody that can't speak the language, they feel my love. So that's what I'm going to be working on with Miles is just, we don't even want to talk about hate because hate is taught. Love is natural. So no, we're going to get that word out of your mouth, out of your system, and we're going to take it from here. We're going to go on with love. We're going to love on God. We're going to love on everybody you meet, not just, your family, but strangers, people you meet on the street. I mean, it gives me a warm feeling when I see somebody and I just smile at them and I walk away and I just, I say, wow, that felt good, And I just want to have Miles have a chance to reunite with his little boy. My sister Sinead, oh my God, she kept every picture. Miles, we found, oh my God. Well, I was looking for our pictures yesterday Your
Miss
brother-in-law
Owsley,
fell on the
Miss
box.
Owsley, if I can
Huh?
just ask, you to wrap up here a little bit because we have other hearings schedules and I just want
Yep,
to make
I'm
sure
finna
we
wrap
get
it
there.
up. I'm
But
finna wrap it
excellent.
up.
Thank you.
That's my last thing I want to say is my sister kept a box of Mal's son from the day he was born until now. So when you come home, it's a whole box of all the years of your little boy. And I just want him to be able to have a connect with his son again and his family. And
Thank you, Mel.
that's it. That's all I was gonna say.
Thank you, Mel.
Excellent.
And thank you.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate you and appreciate all of the support you've provided to your nephew over the years. Mr. Edinburgh, before the board begins discussion and deliberation about next steps, I want to open the floor to you for a brief final comment. If there's anything you'd like to say.
Yeah, I think, like I said, just to reiterate, the biggest thing for me is is thinking about Adam Milton. You know what I mean? And the life that I took and the life that he lost. I think that's been the biggest thing that's been at the forefront of my mind this past year, I'd say. Like it's been, I don't know, it's been humbling. It's been really remorseful. But like I understand the value of his life, and not just his life, but of his family's life, his friends' lives, and just the impact, the negative impact that I had on it. You know what I mean? So the regret that I have of as far as that goes. And also I appreciate the opportunity for this supervised release board hearing. I appreciate the opportunity of this. And I'll take responsibility for, for my actions. That's been the biggest thing for me as I've matured as a man. That right or wrong, I have to take responsibility. If I'm going to do better for myself, for my loved ones, for my community, I have to take responsibility. I have to take a hard look in the mirror and be honest with myself so that I can be a better version of myself. That's something that I've done, that I've been conscious of and done deliberately. And so I take responsibility and accountability for my poor choices, for my bad decisions, for killing Adam Milton, for all of that. I take responsibility for all of it. And honestly, I've made it a motivation for me to do better, to not make those same mistakes twice, to not make those same poor decisions twice. And truthfully, I haven't. You know what I mean? It's been a very long time since I've been in a physical altercation because I've learned better tools of how to handle that. And I'm grateful for that. And so, I don't know, I've grown into a better man. As hard as things have been for me and as hard as things have been for my loved ones and even for Adam and his family and his loved ones, I've grown from it and I'm grateful for it. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. With that, I will close this portion of the discussion. During board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would open this to the board for discussion and next steps.
Just a couple quick questions. When did he move to Moose Lake? I couldn't really find it. I'm sure it's in there. Just roughly. Has he been there very long?
December 24th.
Oh, thank you.
I started out by making a motion to grant parole. What are the next steps? I guess with asking then for information also. What are the next, the timeline and what steps down are most available for him right now?
Well, he has a hard out date.
He has a hard out.
Yeah, that's part of my questions, yeah.
So he's got about roughly 29 months left by my rough math. But this board has the ability to grant release now. So, and how that's structured is really up to the board and whether it's step down or, whatever the options are that the board would feel would meet his needs best.
So I understand step downs would be some time to minimum. Work release 1, work release 2 would be the normal steps.
Work release for certain, work release too, oftentimes, I think we've used it
Yeah,
more. Would it be-
it's
that's-
available, yeah.
that when it's available, some providers don't have that option.
Okay.
So is that are you moving that?
Well, I'm just making the motion for parole. I'm in favor of that, or moving in that direction. What else does that motion need, or what?
So it would be, if you want to go without, you could do a parole, and condition it upon,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
a
Okay.
process or a denial of parole and have them come back before the
Yeah,
board
that-
at some point in time.
Denial of parole, but I think he's very ready for step down. I think that speaks to where I'm at better. Yeah, third, fourth step being the parole, yes. Yeah, you're ready to go, ready to move. And I think he'll benefit from the step, we'll all benefit from the step down process.
Any suggestions in terms of how you'd like to, how you'd like to see that structured, given the 29 months that he has?
There's where I'm unclear of his preferences for vocational training. Where step down processes matches his energy, his capacities, his ambitions. That's where I don't have much of a picture at this point.
Formal training is going to be limited and minimum. He could pick some of that up through some work stuff, potentially at Lino, if he were to do one of the work crews there, the building crew there or something like that. But a lot of the formal training, whether it's, is really more grounded at some of the other facilities and in the medium behind the fence.
Well, one thing that the reports mentioned, and I don't remember if it was a psych report or PRT, but his need for something like decision points or criminal thinking. I was actually thinking he, just learning about why he gets so angry when he's disrespected. It just says to me a lot of trauma. And I don't know if any of those are available in a minimum or not. So I'm kind of leaning toward a little bit more time at Moose to get something like that and then going on, because he's got time, I guess.
Decision points is not running really so much outside on the minimum side.
They do have it at Moose.
Yeah, in medium they do.
Yeah, that's how long?
I'm trying to remember what decision points is.
8 sessions.
8?
No,
It's more smaller than thinking.
it is shorter, but I think it's more than that.
I think, I don't know why 13 weeks comes to mind.
Somewhere in that,
Right.
yeah, I think it may be 8 weeks, but I think oftentimes depending upon the circumstances, it can take that 12 to 14 weeks to get done, given if they have issues around.
If there's a waiting list or anything, I don't know.
He could be expedited and we could, try to move him into the next available. So we have a motion.
To move towards step down, yeah.
So, and then, so just to get clarity around, is there a time frame, Don, that you'd like to see him demonstrate some of this? And we can try and match his minimum placement where he could get the most, or how would you like to see that
You'd
structure?
say minimum continuance of 1 year. Is where I'm at.
So you do minimum and work release in that year, or how?
Is that possible? Yes.
It would be a quick turnaround to do both, but it can be done.
I would say to think about, it will take probably 2 months to get them to a minimum. or there will be a gap between minimum and work release. So do you want that at 1 year or do you want that at 14 months or something? Because it'll take up all time. That would be my only question.
I'm very comfortable with expediting the process. Is where I'm at. And I think 12 months puts the feet to the fire, and I'm comfortable with that myself. I'm open now to,
Well, so let's just run it at 12 months and we can figure out what the timing looks like. The team can work on what the placement would look like. Okay, there's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion.
I'm very interested in seeing the opportunity for some additional structure and programming. There is a space in the documentation that does reflect the need for structure and for that to happen. I think that the minimum placement is important. I would like to see during that placement the ability to get programming. And I wasn't sure from the screen whether I heard that in those minimum facilities, he would be able to get the programming that he needs, specifically around anger management. I know that his commitment is great and his motivation is great. I think the preparation for what is going to be a hard stop and to be in the community is very, very important. So to see that continuing programming would be important to me, and then work release. I'm not sure that I heard, um, you know, what order that would be in properly. So that's the question I'm asking. I want to support the minimum placement and then work release to follow. I think that time period of, up to a year could be appropriate before the work release.
Just so I think, he can access, there could be aftercare thing, AA, and any kinds of options there. He can access life or long-term offender group stuff from minimum. And I think, behavioral health and those sorts of things are access is available there. It's just some of the groups may be more limited. Like decision points, so there may be, and we can certainly look, they're working to expand this to all facilities and all sites, but there's also a considerable demand in a lot of it for a lot of those programs as well. So we can certainly look at that. And then, there's the range of other, supportive services and so forth that are in, along with an assignment to a crew would be typical and minimum. Whether that's one of the construction crews or community-based crews, ICWA crews, that would certainly be a part of the minimum placement.
Thank you.
Would that be consistent with having him go through a program like Decision Points or Thinking for a Change? Or is that too much to pile on?
If it's available in the minimum setting.
Commissioner,
Yeah.
caseworkers are messaging me, there's no programming in minimum, there's no decision points, there's no long-term or life.
They can access it. We have people go on the inside and access, so on the long-term offender group. So right now, the decision points would not. Now, there's also the possibility, I don't know what the timeframes are, but there is the possibility that we could look at him doing trying to access this decision points prior to a minimum placement that's going to be pressured depending upon when they start and all that. So it's possible. I just don't know where they're at.
I feel like he's had quite a bit of cog work. I mean, he talked mostly about that, you know, what he knows about stepping away, all that. I'm personally more interested in him integrating what he's learned about
Mhm.
conflict and that. And so I think at minimum, when he's able to have a little bit more opportunity to integrate what he's already learned. And I think you said behavioral health, because I think there's more trauma and more emotional therapeutic work that he would benefit from and less about cog skills.
And that would be available in the minimum setting as well? Is
Yes.
that
Yes.
Great.
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 The brief exposure I've had to minimum, the structure is there, the assessment is there. I mean, it's less restricted, but it still is well-watched situation. Yeah,
Well, could I add an amendment that
please.
as a part of your motion, he does go seek out behavioral help specifically to deal with trauma?
I agree.
Yes to that.
I would
Yeah, you'd
support
have to
that.
just technically you have to agree.
I agree.
Okay.
Yep.
We have a motion and a second. And obviously standard conditions remain discipline free would be also a requirement. So to the motion, Board Member Bray,
Yes.
Board Member Carter,
Yes.
Board Member Larson,
No.
Board Member Ramstead,
You're muted.
you're muted, sure.
Oh,
No, is that no? I miss- Board Member Nelson,
yes.
Board Member Struford,
Yes,
and Schnell is going to vote no. The motion passes. Mr. Edinburgh, you would be moved to minimum. Your parole's denied. You'd be seen in about a year. And you would be made, a move would be made to for you to transfer to minimum as soon as that can be arranged. With work release to follow, there would be the expectation that you would involve yourself and engage in, you know, programs or services, but specifically noted is access to behavioral health services. And it was something that we would like you to seek that out. This is about the demonstration, your demonstration of requesting that would be something that's important. And then that you would remain discipline free. You would be in minimum for, we'll see how this all shakes out in terms of the process and the time. We want to make sure that there's enough time to be able to manage minimum and some time and work release prior to being seen by the board again in a year. Any questions about that?
When will I be moved to the minimum? Will that be very soon? Is that,
Probably within the next 60 days.
okay, all right, thank you. And, no, for the most part, yeah, I agree with that and I accept that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, good luck to you.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Mr. Cross will be with you in just a minute here. Okay.
All right.
Their cameras are just off.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cross, can you hear me?
Nope, because you're like.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release in the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Jerome Pablo Cross, who's participating with us virtually from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Faribault. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Jody Nelson, Christine Bray, Don Strufert, Tony Carter, Cheryl Ramstead, and Andrew Larson. Our records indicate on April 22nd of 2007, witnesses reported to St. Paul police officers that they, along with Earl Ray Freeman, were waiting for a bus. A group of males and females, some of whom they recognized, walked by and tried to start a fight. Jerome Cross was in the group. When the bus arrived, witnesses and Mr. Freeman got on the bus, went to the back of the bus, and sat next to each other. Witnesses further reported that 3 of the females who were in the group trying to start the fight also got on the bus. The other members of the group ran down to the next bus stop and then got on the bus. The group then went to the back of the bus and started a fight. The bus stopped, and some of the people who had started the fight began to leave through the rear door of the bus. Cross got off the bus through the rear door, but then stepped back on the bus, pointed a gun at the witness and Mr. Freeman. The witness heard Freeman yell, "He's got a gun." As the witness ducked down, he heard one gunshot and saw Freeman fall over into the seat. Mr. Freeman died at the scene. A provisional medical examiner's report stated the cause of death was a single gunshot. On January 4th of 2008, in Ramsey County District Court, Jerome Pablo Cross was sentenced to 391 months or 32 and a half years for the offense of murder second degree with intent. Due to new legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense, Mr. Cross now has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board after serving a minimum of 15 years incarceration. His original confinement release date is February 26th of 2029. Given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Cross is
Do anything about it.
Mr. Cross is eligible to be considered for release as of April 20th, 2022. Mr. Cross was previously reviewed by the board 2 times. He was continued for a future review each time. He was given the opportunity to transition to minimum custody and then to the work release program. On March 24th, 2026, a Department of Corrections warrant was issued for Mr. Cross, and he was apprehended and returned to a correctional facility. His work release status was rescinded due to discipline. Today's review represents his 3rd review after serving approximately 19 years of incarceration. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cross. How are you today?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I'm all right. So we have some things to talk about.
Sure.
First of all, I guess I'd like to just have you kind of lay out your sense of what happened and in terms of where you find yourself today and where you were.
I guess a staff member reported that the like some type of smuggling or relationship to smuggling was going on while I was a resident at Red Wing, and I had got a call from Andrew Rutzel, the OSI investigator from Red Wing, while I was working. And I mean, like I told him, I don't know nothing about none of that. Like at the end of the day, like I didn't have no parts in none of that. So I didn't know what he was talking about when he first like came and called me. Then I told him that or I had a conversation with him later on that day at 1:30. It was him, Andrew Russo, his boss, OSI, and then the Goodhue County, I think detective. And we talked, right? And I told him I don't know nothing about what this person is talking about because I never like indulged in that. They left it at that moment. This was early February. So I never thought nothing of it. I mean, I continued doing what I was doing, working full time, going to the groups I was going to, and just continue making my strides that I was making. And then on March 24th, I was on the phone in work release, and 6 police officers came in and arrested me. I went to the county on the 24th and the 25th, and they got sent to Stillwater Hold from the 26th of March until I came here, and I forgot, so like 70 something days, right? And then while I was there, I still didn't understand why I was there, right? Like I understand like the magnitude of the situation. So I understand like it's gotta be an investigation and it has to be like somebody has to be held accountable. So I understand the magnitude of the situation. I'm not saying that I don't. I understand that part. But I still didn't understand why I was the one that got locked up, came to prison because I didn't have no parts in none of this. So then I was on AdSec for almost 30 days in Stillwater Hole. And then they charged me with I think it's smuggling and soliciting and bribery. Right? I went to trial. They found me guilty. They gave me 20 days in SEG, which they offered me more when they came and offered me the deal that I didn't take. And I went to trial, and then they gave me less, which was Sergeant Brian Rice from Stillwater. Even he said that the evidence they have against me isn't like something that should project me being in the hole or me being arrested, but he has to go off what Red Wing was pushing. And they wanted me to be in SEG, and they wanted me to be in the hole. So still like trying to wrap my mind around like what's going on, and even getting this paper that I got from the Goodhue County prosecutor and the case they had against the individual, this correctional officer, is talking about the only evidence they have is inconsistent statements. And that's all they used against me, even in the discipline, was the statements of this person.
So, I'm not gonna litigate this here, because I don't think it's, my place, and I understand that, your disagreement, with it. Only just to say this, that you do understand the severity of, when you're in a step down process, these types of things coming forward.
Yeah, for sure.
Um, all right. So how do you think, how, in your view, should this be weighed, or should, in your view, I would imagine you would say this, what somebody else alleges, contrary to their own penal interests, should be disregarded as false. Would that be accurate?
I mean, my thing is like, I understand like, if somebody makes these accusations, right, that it has to be something looked into, it has to be investigated. I understand that. But with the lack of any type of evidence or whatever, right, like phone conversations, uh, anything, no physical anything, right, that I shouldn't have been subjected to going through what I went through after I was doing everything I was supposed to do. Y'all gave me an opportunity to go to work release. 8 days, I got my driver's license. After 19 years in prison, 8 days later, I got my driver's license. 17 days out, I got a full-time job that I went and got myself, filled out job applications and went and got myself. I was going to a support group, right? They were helping me out. I met a man named Richard Howe. He wanted me to come do some mentor with him at a place called NERC, which is a correctional facility in the the Northland, which if you got less than a year and a year and a day that you go to, and he wanted me to come do that. So that was something I was working on with Cheryl Marks and Bethel Work Release. Right, he was also a man that managed apartments, and he was going to give me an apartment, which was 30% of my paycheck. So on this date, if I was still out, I'd have been able to transition to transition to ISR. Also had opportunity to meet with I don't know if it's the CEO or the owner of Saint Germain Glass, and the head of the Glazer Union up there in northern Minnesota, to continue to go down the path I wanted to with the trades. I was doing everything I was supposed to be doing. I was doing everything I was supposed to be doing. I was on a way to make myself successful. And I understand this has to happen. It has to be some type of investigation, right? But it should have been some more evidence to make me have to go back to prison and then being sick for 70 some days after I haven't been a SIG for over almost 6 years now. So, but I understand the seriousness of it, and yeah, it has to be investigated.
Right, and I just for, because I'll own responsibility for the fact that I, in the end, made the decision to have you brought back in, based
sir.
on that. So, just, to be clear and own responsibility for that. All right, I'll open this up to other board members for questions.
Clarification, the time in Duluth,
Your mic.
I'm sorry, the time in Duluth also time at Red Wing and time at Stillwater was in segregation. What, do I have the right sequence there or what's?
He was in work release in Duluth
Okay.
and then minimum at Red Wing.
Oh,
And then
okay.
we became aware of the issues or concerns after he got transferred to
Red
work
Wing.
release. No, to work, he was in, the incidents occurred at Red Wing. We became aware of it after he got transferred to work release in Duluth.
Okay, all right. And then, OSI, please acquaint me with their role and their part of the investigation and the determination of guilt. I'm not sure of that.
So just-
How that's worked or?
Just to
what?
give, I mean, I'd be a little careful, but we had a staff person self-disclose in an inappropriate relationship, and then the smuggling efforts, that staff person is facing criminal prosecution for that. That's what initiates the action
And where did that occur or where were the?
during placement at Red Wing and minimum.
That's helpful.
So what's his current situation now? What's he residing in and what level and?
So he is a medium, custody at Faribault now, and has, programmed through the determination of the disciplinary intervention is completed. He's would be eligible for, generally speaking, he would not be eligible for work release. That would be certainly different in this situation because of his appearance before the board. Normally, his eligibility would be, limited for a considerable period of time, and or probably wouldn't occur for some chunk of time, even for a minimum placement. But obviously the circumstances here are different because he is a board case. The board has its, opportunities to make its independent decisions.
What's the status of the inappropriate relationship with the staff member? Was there that part of the accusations and part of the finding? Because it was only mentioned it was soliciting and bribery for which he got 20 days seg. Is there anything else out there pending?
With Mr. Cross, no, because the burden on that falls to the staff person who is criminally responsible for the inappropriate relationship. And so that does not come back to the incarcerated person.
But can I say something?
And no, I'm not, I don't want to get into the debating this.
So I do have some questions. This incident aside, Mr. Cross, so in some of the updated assessment information that we got, it sounds like, and I'm certainly open to your feedback on this, and I'll ask for your feedback. It sounds like there was maybe the transition to work release wasn't maybe super smooth. Is that accurate? Or did you feel that transition while in work release was good? And here's why I will pose the question, because it does say that there were some problems frequenting unapproved locations and those sorts of things. Can you talk to me about that?
Yeah, I read that, which was confusing to me in the assessment because I know the caseworker, Alan Gibbons, who I was dealing with. If you ask him, he's gonna tell you that I was doing great and he wants me back. Right? This situation, I don't understand where this information came from, except for coming back on with a family member that smelled like cannabis. I mean, I had an incident with a staff member there that try to direct me to touch somebody's personal property that was in the cell, in the room with me. And I told him that I can't touch nobody's personal property because I can't be responsible for that. And that was the only like interaction I had that was like negative the whole time I was there. Other than that, I got rolled up for going to a restaurant that wasn't on my list.
So what about maintaining contact with unapproved individuals?
So when I got there, they told me that like can't be with no gang members, which I didn't. They said that if somebody comes up here, as long as they got a driver's license and insurance, they can come pick you up, which my cousin does. And my cousin was driving 2.5 hours every day to come get me, to drive me around before I got my license in my vehicle. I have a little cousin that has epilepsy, which ain't an excuse for the marijuana use, but that's his form of his medication, right? Every UA I ever took came back clean, right? My drugs aren't my temptation. So it was never an issue for me. I spoke to them. I spoke to the caseworker, Gibbons, about it and told him, like, one thing about me is drugs aren't my temptation. Alcohol is not my temptation, right? So he was all right with me riding with people as long as my UAs was clean and then like going to like certain restaurants because of the bars, right? He allowed me to do certain things that he didn't allow other people to do because he understands that my temptations isn't addiction.
Do you think, so in hindsight, if you had to do different, would you work to establish clearer boundaries on that front? And I recognize cannabis is largely legal in most circumstances, yet as someone who is under correctional control, there are differences in terms of what that looks like. Do you think there's an opportunity for establishment of better boundaries in that sort of a scenario?
Yeah, for sure. Like after that first incident, like didn't nobody smoke around me. So that was already, once I told them the situation, didn't nobody smoke around me. Some of my clothes when they brought me some clothes, came back smelling like marijuana. That was the second incident they're talking about, which wasn't me being around nobody. It was just somebody dropping off some clothes to me. So yeah, for sure. The boundaries are set. I know what I got to do to be successful, and my family, they understand that too. Right? It was just, like I said, it's not an excuse, but that's his way of dealing with the situation he got going on with his life.
Sure.
Having
Okay,
epilepsy.
all right. Well, and I appreciate the clarification because context, it's hard to know, just based upon what's in a report. So I appreciate the added context from your perspective.
Yeah.
I'd just like to ask because, there are things that are written and we hear a definite difference in the impression of what is happening based on your experience. And, it is hard to parse through that. We know that under supervision, there are a lot of requirements, and sometimes they feel very, very small, and as though they may not be as important. And we also know that while you're under those restrictions, everything stacks, one thing on top of another, on top of another. And even if they are misunderstandings, they all add up and create an impression of reliability and the ability to, work toward that independence as trustworthy. I'm wondering if there is in your mind then, as I look at this infraction that resulted in the loss of independent hours, I think it was, and the infraction was being in an unapproved location with a female friend. Is there ambiguity around there around that? Or is it very clear that a location must be approved? A friend or an associate, an accompaniment must be approved. Can you help me to understand that yourself, Mr. Cross? And perhaps I need some assistance also from the commissioner to just understand how we parse through this, because I know that you were given a loss of hours of independent or visiting or excursion hours because of that. Can you help me understand that, Mr. Cross?
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, it's a major thing, right? Because you got to be accountable for where you're going, because that's part of the process, right? Uh, as far as the visitors go, I was never given like no set group of people that can come, right? As long as they were they weren't doing no criminal activity or no gang members, I was allowed to have visitors, right?
Yeah.
This specific incident, it was just, yeah, I stopped somewhere I wasn't supposed to stop and get something to eat.
You acknowledge that was very
Yeah, sure.
clear.
Like
That was a prohibition.
yeah, even when they called and asked me, right? I didn't lie about it. I didn't try to deny it. I told him the truth, and that's why he only took the couple hours from me. But yeah, so I understand it. Like, yeah, it's a major thing,
Yeah.
right?
So it feels as though there are a number of things that are construed differently from the
Yeah,
perspective of corrections and from your perspective. And it
yeah,
ends up getting complicated to parse through. And as we're working with you in the process of working toward that release that we all want, we want to be sure to understand the same things and be
yeah,
able to look at it and know yes or no. What
for sure.
accountability or responsibility do you have? And how do you see that? Because these mix-ups are happening and it's not something that you feel you did. What responsibility do you have for helping to ensure that those things don't happen? How can you help that for the future?
Well,
And
just
have you
making sure
thought
that,
about it?
yeah, I mean, just making sure that, because after that, I never like detoured from where I was going, right? Like not stopping nowhere, just going straight from here to there, from point A to point B.
I'm
So,
thinking even about the smuggling, that's a
oh,
misunderstanding from your perspective. From the perspective of those who have reported it, it happened. How can you help to make sure those kinds of things don't? Right now, we're looking at something that's reported and we have
yeah,
to take
yeah,
it
for
under
sure.
consideration. So I
Yeah.
want to be in a position where what I'm taking under consideration is something that happened, not something that is a confusion. How can you help with that in the future?
Well, about the smuggling stuff, I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, it's something I can't take accountability before because I didn't do
Is
it,
it
right? But
about being in a certain place? Is it about,
nah,
having an appearance of,
no, it's nothing. I mean, at the end of the
and
day,
I'm
it
not
was
talking about only that, but these differences in reports.
I made a lot of changes in my life, right? I take responsibility for everything I've been done in my life, right? I took responsibility for taking a life, right? Which is hard, one of the hardest things I ever had to do in my life. I take responsibility for anything I've done, right? But if I don't do something, it's hard for me to stomach it. Like it's even in the paper. Like it's hard for me to be even in this situation right now because I should have been down there, right, in person, trying to get to ISR from this situation, right? And it's a hard pill to swallow when you know you didn't do nothing. And people like maybe from the past or whoever they think I used to be think it's easy. It's not. It's a hard pill to swallow. Right? And I don't want to argue about like or try to get into a debate about whether it's evidence or whatever, because I know wholeheartedly I didn't do nothing. When I went to
Okay.
trial for it, I try to ask for a lie detector test, the polygraph test that they offer in the DOC, but told was it's not credible. But also giving a minor for a major report, it's a risk code. I should have got a major report, and I should have been able to have a due process where I could have, you know, showed my innocence some type of way, because this is the only way that I got to prove that I didn't do nothing. So anything I've done, I take responsibility for. Going to the restaurant that I wasn't supposed to. You can ask Alan Gibbons when he called me. I didn't lie about it. The marijuana stuff, I'm being honest with you about right now, right? But it doesn't, like, them type of temptations don't got nothing to do with like who I am. I'm not gonna smoke no weed. I'm not gonna do no drugs. I'm not gonna drink. I got out and I did everything I told the board from the beginning that I was gonna do.
Well, I thank you. I do want to ask a question of the commissioner, and I don't know if I should hold this. We're in an unusual circumstance because Mr. Cross was on work release before the accusation and then guilt finding from the prison. And I am wondering what a normal circumstance would be had this happened and he had not been already on work release and we were looking at an application. How long would someone in that case be disqualified? I'm just wondering about that.
I think it's a minimum of 6 months for when it's a imposition of minor discipline is 6 months.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Cross.
Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Cross?
Clarification from your point of view, please, regarding contact with unapproved individuals. What's your position or what's your experience with that or your understanding of that?
Well, they never told, going to work release, I was never told I had to have approved visitors, right? Only thing it says something about like not involve myself with gang members, right? Or gang activities, which nobody that came to see me was a gang member. Either it was my family.
So were your
like, huh?
your family was considered an approved contact?
Yeah, I mean, they never told me, like my caseworker never told me that I had to get an approved visitor. They just said if I get in the car with somebody, they have to have a driver's license and insurance.
Okay. And the person we're dealing with here was your cousin?
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir.
And from your perspective, he's a person that you could have further contact with and stay within the boundaries of the work release policies and requirements.
Yeah, he's like one of my main supporters. He drove 2.5 hours every day to come make sure that I had a ride.
2.5 hours from where?
From down right below the cities.
To Duluth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so he saw you in Duluth.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. If you were going to return to minimum or work release, what would be your choice? Where's a good spot for you next?
I mean, I think the things I showed that I was doing on work release, that I should be able to continue doing that.
Where?
I mean, at work release in Bethel.
Okay.
In Duluth.
Okay.
Any other questions? Mr. Cross, before the board begins discussion and deliberations about next steps, maybe it would be good for you to walk through what it is you'd like to see happen, and then provide any final comment around that you would like taken into consideration as the board does deliberation and discussion of your next steps.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to continue on the road that I was on with work release, with the next step after that being ISR. I mean, I got out, got my driver's license, like I said, in 8 days. I got a job, full-time employment in 17 days. I had the mentorship getting started to work with Richard Howe at NERC. The opportunity of getting an apartment before I even got to work, I mean, ISR, so I could have that already in the making. Plus, just the opportunity I had with the St. Germain's Glass and the Glazier Union, right, was something I was trying to really do. I mean, just, that was a big step for me to try to get the apprenticeship for that and continue going down that route to be successful. Really just, just understand, like, if I did something, I take responsibility for it. Right? I sat in the hole for 70 some days for something I didn't do. I still didn't act out. Coming here, it's still a hard pill to swallow, but I can't do nothing about it. It is what it is. I mean, but I just want to let you know that I do appreciate the opportunity that y'all gave me. And with the time I did on work release, hopefully it showed you that I can be the person that I've been telling you I was, and that you can see that I am who I am. If you read what the caseworker wrote compared to what the psychological assessment is, that they contradict each other, with Alan Gibbons saying, and then what the psych is reporting from a staff member. And that's it. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. With that, we'll close this portion of the discussion. During board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would open this to the board for discussion of next steps.
So I feel like there's a lot that Commissioner, that I don't know, and I don't think I need to know. I'm curious what you would recommend.
Well, just, I think one of the challenges for me is that the report that did come forward, just given the fact that the person who came forward, the former staff person who came forward, did so contrary to their own personal penal interests, lends a level of credibility, and the criminal prosecution is certainly an issue there. And so that makes this difficult because it puts us in a position of having to weigh the credibility of one over another. And if it was just the weight of credibility, it would be one thing. But the credibility is, in my view, enhanced when the disclosure is contrary to their own interests. And so that makes me weigh on the other side. And I'm pulled because I hear what and have seen, and I think we all supported Mr. Cross movement forward when we saw him last time. And at the same time, I can't unsee what's in front of us here. And so I hear his vehement denial, and I have to respect that, but I also have to weigh credibility under the circumstances, and so in that way I don't. So a lot more background than you probably need to know, but I am in a spot right now where I don't feel like I could support step down immediately. I realize it's been some time, but I would recommend that he remain where he's at for a year, and he's got a 2029 out date, so just shy of 3 years. And that he would participate in I think he talked about a willingness to do some cog stuff. I would also want him to like demonstrate some positivity in the environment there. And perhaps if he were in a position to do well over the next, say, 8 months, we could transfer him to minimum site and try that again, albeit not at Red Wing. But try that again and see him in a year.
Got a motion?
I'd move that. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
He would remain at Stillwater.
He's at Moose now.
Beg pardon?
He's at Faribault, I'm sorry, at Faribault now.
Faribault. Okay, that's where I was a little confused. Okay, remain at Faribault. Okay. To be seen in 1 year.
1 year with the possibility of a move to work release, depending upon,
Yeah.
Not work release, a minimum within the next at 8 months.
I understand.
All right.
I guess this is my bias. I think he could accomplish some great things in Duluth with Bethel and with NERC. So I guess from my position, I think I'd be eager for him to return there if that fits in an overall plan. Yeah. So, but it's a personal bias.
And I think, that's certainly something that could be looked at in this scenario would be at that year point, he'd be seen here, and that could be something that could be moved and
Still available.
expedited. Yeah. If that was something that the board chose to do at that point in time. Obviously that it would be, I would encourage his participation in as much programming as he can engage in, and in particular, perhaps some restorative justice work under the circumstances, and even some level of cog programming, whatever may be available to him while he is there, and then that he remain discipline free as long as he complies with those things or makes progress in those things. I would, his move to a minimum site would be included in this. We have a motion and a second to that motion. Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Carter.
Yes.
Board Member Larson.
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead.
Yes.
Board Member Strufert.
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes.
Nelson votes yes also.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
I skipped you. I apologize. I circled your vote before I called your name. So I'm sorry. Mr. Cross, you've heard the wishes of the board. I know I'm certain it's a disappointment to you. At the same time, I heard from you that you were committed to doing what you needed to do, and I trust that that will be the case, and that you will come back here in a year and have the conversation with the board about moving you forward and continuing on the progress that you talked about wanting to make. Any questions about that?
Nah, I appreciate it. I mean, I understand where you stand. Like, it's all right. I mean, I gotta go through the motion, but I appreciate everything.
All right. Thank you so much. You take
Yes,
care.
sir.
Good luck to you.
Yeah.
All right.
It's also Faribault. They weren't-
You want to just maybe take a really, if everybody needs to take a quick break, we don't, all right, we'll roll on through. Faribault will be moving
Right
people
back.
around there. I don't know if there was any discussion about, there was discussion about that.
Okay, you're fine. How do I mute it?
Okay,
So then just mute it there.
Hi, Faribault, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We have Mr. Miles here.
Thank you very much.
You want to come sit over here so that they can see you too? His advocate's here in person as well.
Okay.
Let me turn off the YouTube. Not muted.
Okay.
Mute this right here if you do want to mute, okay? Thank you. Yes. And I'll be right
All
there.
right. Good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release on the Supervised Release Board. Here with me today is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell. Also present are board members Jody Nelson, Christine Bray, Donald Strufert, Tony Carter, Andrew Larson, and Cheryl Ramstead. Supervised Release Board convenes today to review Emmanuel Miles, who is participating through live stream video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Faribault. Mr. Miles also has his mother and advocate participating today, Miss Martha Miles. Thank you for joining us, ma'am. Here, our records indicate on Sunday, July 18th, 2010, Golden Valley Police received information from a citizen that a body had been discovered in Bassett Creek while people were kayaking in Vito Worth Park. Officers went to the scene and found the deceased body, later identified as James Grant, lying on the edge of the pond with a car battery tied to one of his legs with a cable. Golden Valley Police, with assistance from Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, received information that 3 juveniles were involved in the death. Detectives later identified Emmanuel Miles and 2 others as the individuals responsible. Miles admitted to police that on July 10th, 2010, himself and his co-defendants brought the victim to the wooded area of the park for the purpose of a jump-in with the Bloods. Miles told officers the beating was gang initiation beating and was in retaliation for a fight that occurred involving Grant and one of the other co-defendants' relatives. Miles admitted that the 3 involved began beating Grant with their hands and feet and at one point with a shovel. The 3 individuals were initially going to place the victim in a shallow grave. However, they aborted the initial plan and instead stole a car battery and a cable from a duplex home and submerged the body into the pond. On January 21st of 2011, Emmanuel Miles was sentenced in Hennepin County District Court to 380 months or 31.5 years for second-degree murder. Due to new legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense, Mr. Miles now has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board after serving a minimum of 15 years incarceration. On March 25th of 2025, he was reviewed by the Supervised Release Board and was continued for a future review by the board in 18 months. Today's review represents his second review after serving approximately 16 years of incarceration. His original confinement release date is January 12th of 2032. Given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Miles is eligible to be considered for release as of July 19th, 2025. It should be noted that Mr. Miles also has an adult consecutive sentence of 1 year and a day for assault 4th degree yet to serve. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Miles. How are you today?
Hi.
Me or my mom?
You first. I'll come to your mom in a bit.
Good afternoon, Commissioner and the board. I'm doing all right.
All right. I'd like to start by just well, I'm gonna shift here a little bit. I normally, as you know, I would start by asking you to tell the board what you'd like to see happen. There's a couple of questions I just wanna ask that I think just become important as we kick this off. If you could talk a little bit about what your sense or level of regret is for your involvement in this offense.
I think from early on after the incident, if not right away, I've always had a high level of regret for the role I played in this incident. I blame myself a lot for my involvement. I blame myself for the pain and harm that it caused James's family. But I also have regret because I know that it didn't just affect James's family and loved ones. It also affected a lot of people in the community and my loved ones and family as well. And my understanding of that has grown a lot over the years. And I still have a great amount of regret, which is something that I don't think will ever change. But just what has changed is just my mindset and my perspective and the way I carry myself.
So on the day this happened, what took you to the point that you would participate and engage in an action that would lead to this young man's death? What level of anger does that have to be, or whatever motive was behind this? What could your victim have done to warrant what happened to him?
Well, there's nothing he could have done to warrant my actions. But to answer your other question, like my actions that day didn't just start that day. And even though it was an impulsive decision that day, the lifestyle that I had been living prior to that, my involvement in gang activity, the way I thought and disregarded like authority and rules, just the entire lifestyle I was living in, my mindset, is what led up to my actions that day and what at the moment made me feel okay in participating in that gang initiation. I was more focused on pleasing my peers, being accepted, not knowing how to deal with my emotions, on consistently using drugs. And I feel like a combination of those things for months and years leading up to that particular day is what led to my actions in that particular moment. But again, to answer your question, there's nothing that James could have done to deserve what I did to him.
Thanks for that. Did you have, how long did you know James? About?
No more than 2 years,
Okay.
between 1 and 2 years, if I'm
Okay.
not mistaken.
Yeah. And did you have connections or anything with, as part of that with James's family?
No, I didn't have no connections with James's family, but I know they went to my church. I didn't specifically know them in particular till the court process, but I first met him at my church, and then I would see him around in the neighborhood.
Okay.
But I didn't have any relations or know about his family or anything like that.
So have you ever, beside court, have you ever met any of his family members?
No. Maybe if they were at the church at the same time with me, because like I said, they did go to my church, but I don't specifically remember meeting anybody in his family. I just remember meeting him at church.
Okay. Who was his family? Do you know anything about, like, did he have, who was here? 'Cause he had immigrated here, I think, right?
Yeah. From what I learned at at my court hearings, his father was there. If I'm not mistaken, his mother was in Africa at the time. I'm not sure if she still is. And I don't know the other family members who came to court that day, but his father, I know of. I've met him. I saw his father at court, and I heard about his mother during the court process.
Did he have any siblings? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay. How would, can you describe how we would know that Emmanuel Miles would never engage in any behavior like this again? How do we know that you wouldn't do something like this to someone else?
Well, I think there's several ways to know, but basically coming to prison when I was 16 years old, I'm far from the same person that I came to prison as. I didn't change my life right away from coming to prison when I came to prison, but early on, like through the mistakes I made, through the support from my loved ones and people who cared about me, instead of just like feeling remorse and feeling guilt, I genuinely put a lot of work in to change the way I think and the way that I was carrying myself, whether that be through programming, surrounding myself with positive people, uh, gaining skills and things that I could use to help me succeed when I get to the community. Uh, those aren't things that I was just doing to fill my time or just to do. I genuinely wanted to be a better person, and every day I still work to be a better person. And I think that the opportunities that has led me to while I'm in prison, and some of the opportunities that I have right now, if I were to return to the community, which can be demonstrated by like my letters of support and the things that I've participated in. I think it shows that I'm committed to staying on the path that I'm on. I know I'm not perfect, and I've made mistakes along the way, like during my 16 years. But I think for the past few years, I've generally stay consistent and like continue working and just making sure that I'm in the best position uh, to not live the lifestyle that I used to live. I'm no longer involved in gang activity. I've made it a priority to surround myself with positive people. Uh, like my educational goals are an important part of my life. Like I just have so many tools and support now that I didn't have when I was a kid that I'm more than confident that I would like never return to the lifestyle that led me to my actions on that day.
Thanks for that. I just want to say I'd acknowledge you've done a lot, and I think have amassed a really a positive record, in particular over the last number of years. If you were to think about the one or two things that have been the most influential in terms of you gaining insight into yourself, um, and um, and the best life that you could have going forward. What were those programs?
Programs are just things.
Things, programs, whatever it is that you think has been most important,
Um, Definitely the cabinetry program and being in the Trek program. Um,
which is the higher
since
ed program for people who may not
yeah,
be aware.
yep. Those as far as programming, I feel like those two were really impactful for me. Uh, I've always loved learning since I was a kid. Um, so getting the opportunity to earn my degree, be in that community of people who also love learning, whether it be students, other staff members, and teachers, just being in that community, just it gave me like something to be fulfilled, something that I'm working towards, something that made me feel accepted, like not for bad things though, but for like my strengths, things that I'm good at or things that I neglected when I didn't have like the tools and insight that I have now. So being in those environments has just helped me like learn how I want to structure my life, the type of things and people I need in my life to stay on that path that I've been on and that I'm dedicated to being on. And I think the second thing that has really helped me through over the years is the support system I built. Like I mentioned earlier, my mom, my siblings, uh, people who I met through the Trek program, like Julia Brokaw, and peers that I've met in here, just being able to surround myself with positive people and see the way they've changed their life or the way that they've lived their life for a long time. Uh, those things have been super impactful. Like it motivates me to stay on the path I'm on. And I have people that hold me accountable and like want to see me succeed and do good and just being able to talk through just regular everyday things with them. And even some of the staff that I've met here at Faribault have become part of my support system, like my case manager, my therapist, my counselor, and other peers here. Just I'm a social person, so having that type of community and people you could lean on is real important for me. And it's just helped me over the years a lot.
Thank you. With that, I would open the floor to the board members for questions.
Could you explain the discipline that you had? I just wasn't real clear on if there was alcohol or cannabis involved. I understood the lighter business.
Mm-hmm. Uh, you wanted me, what, can you ask that question again? I'm sorry.
Sure. Could you walk me through the discipline that you received in 2026?
Okay. So in February of this year, uh, I I made a prison lighter, and I eventually got found with the prison lighter by staff, and I received a 8-day sentence in segregation for possessing that lighter. Um, as far as that incident, uh, during the weeks prior, I had just be, if I'm being honest, I had become complacent. Um, I had lost my focus a little bit, and I basically like strayed away from some of the things that had got me on the path that I had been on. Um, I didn't get caught. I didn't possess any alcohol or intoxicants at that time, but I do want to acknowledge that during the weeks prior, I had used, uh, even though in that particular moment I hadn't. Um, and after the discipline incident, I was obviously, well, I ain't gonna say obviously, but I was extremely disappointed in myself because I had been doing well for so long. Um, but I didn't really let that disappointment like deter me. I immediately got to reflecting on like the weeks leading prior and like how I let my boundaries down with people. Uh, I had started to get loose with how I structure my time and what the things that I was structuring my time with. And basically I made an excuse that just because I was doing so good for a certain period of time, that it was okay to get away from the things that had got me to that point. So after reflecting on that, uh, I recommitted to reestablishing my boundaries. I processed it with my support system, and I just made sure to start structuring my time and my day in the ways that I had in the past, so that something like this would never happen again. Um, and that situation just helped me learn that like I'm never gonna not face challenges. Regardless if I do my rest of my time in prison or when I get out in the world, I'm gonna face challenges. But it just helped me to be more proactive about just where I'm at in life leading up to those things so that, I can prevent it before it happens on my own or just lean on the people who I know will support me through tough times instead of just keeping it to myself. Um, so that's what happened with that incident.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. And I don't want to discount at all the things that you've accomplished and achieved for yourself. But I am concerned that in 2023, you had 4 disciplines. 2024, you had 3. Then you had 1 in 2025, and now this one. And what goes on with you that, it's getting better, but it hasn't stopped?
What I'm not sure I'm not sure the question. Could
You are managing to accomplish some things that are good for you to help you get out, but you still do some deeds that require discipline. You did it in 2023. You did some like 3 or 4 in 2024. You did another one in 2025 and another one in 2026. And that's kind of unusual for somebody like yourself who really seems to be moving in the right direction.
Yeah.
What's going on with you when you do those things that cause you to get disciplined?
I think one of the main things I do is when I am uh feeling stressed or down uh or just dealing with challenges. In the past, I've isolated myself from my support system and stepped away from the things that have helped me be on the path that I'm on. And I think that's one of the things that I'm learning to not do. I don't want to say I'm a perfectionist, but I do strive to do good. So when I am facing challenging times, it's hard for me to talk about it with the people that I care about and the people that support me, because I don't want to let them down. And I want to be the best version of myself. But in doing that, it's backfired on me in a lot of the ways, because the people who I need to lean on don't know what's going on uh, during those times, and isolating myself hasn't helped. And I think that over the years, especially over the past couple of years, as my discipline has slowed down, with the exception of this incident, I have gotten in a better place and gotten more confidence in being able to ask for help and be open with where I'm at in life, regardless if I'm struggling or things are going good. And in turn, that has been able to help me get the support I need and just deal with those things internally. Yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Okay.
Mr. Miles, and I'm sorry if I cut you off, Don or Jody.
Go ahead.
So you referenced, what are the things that you have struggled with that have led you kind of into kind of those danger zones, or those that have caused you to let your guard down and to have kind of trouble, engage in disciplinary. So like, what are the troubles that you've encountered? Can you shed some light on that for me?
Yeah. Some of the troubles is definitely like peer influence, uh, which I talk about in my letter. Like, over the years, I've gotten real confident and good at setting boundaries with people, especially like as I started to get on a different path. Um, and I think that at times I let those boundaries down, and those sometimes when I let those boundaries down, it is easy to get influence. Um, Another thing is how I structure my time in my life. I'm a real active person. I like to stay busy, and at times when I get bored, it's easy to get off track. So I think that, which is why I prioritize like being more strict with my boundaries and just being more proactive with how I structure my time and what I'm structuring my time with. And like learning those things, I even made sure to that as I was making my release plan, whether on my own or talking through it with my support system, that I incorporated like the challenges that I faced uh, as an adult and as a kid into my release plan, so that I always have things to structure my day and time with, whether it be just relaxing, my education, uh, being involved with other different kind of communities, and even here, like being consistent with attending support groups, uh, and just being like in pro-social activities. I just make sure I'm proactive about that. Um, and again, with the boundaries with peers, that's just I've just gotten better at that with practicing and being and just learning to be consistent, because I'm never going to be able to avoid people. I'm never going to be able to just not be to be away from people I want to be with. So just learning to be comfortable in myself and stay on my path regardless if I'm accepted by certain people or not. So yeah.
Thank you for that. And I guess a comment as much as anything. I'll give you a couple of comments. So I actually thought that you showed real insight when answering board member Bray's question, and you acknowledged, but also you took something from it, and you talked about what you learned. And I think that's going to be a continuous thing. I hope we all do that. So kudos to you. And then I also just wanted just really compliment you on your the letter you submitted. It was just fantastic. Like you've got a real gift. And so I hope you continue to just work on and strengthen that. It is just really nicely written, very thoughtful, and just a really impressive document. I can tell you've put a lot of thought into it. So I just want to lift that up and kind of acknowledge that, because it was really, really nicely done.
Yeah, and I just want to thank you for reading it, and thank you for acknowledging that as well.
Good to be with you. I approach this day as a parent of a murdered child. And I've wrestled with you over the issue of how does life continue after my daughter is murdered. And you're helping me understand how you struggle and managed and advanced in life after you've taken responsibility for a murder of another person. So an expression that I used earlier, but wish to use again, in learning to live after murder, I have to do it myself, but I can't do it alone.
Mhm.
From what I've seen and what you've written, I want to do it with you. Okay?
Yes.
Now, one thing we face when I say you and I can do it better, I face a lot of opposition at times that I would even approach you and have that opportunity to do it. Does that make any sense to you?
About how you would get pushback from approaching me?
Yes.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So if I'm compassionate with a murder, some people think I'm doing evil. How do we work on that together? I don't have a good answer. But working on this board has certainly helped me. Making sense?
Yeah.
Because these people can approach the whole issue of life after murder many times with more rationality than I can. Today has been a very emotional time for me. Okay?
Yep.
But I see you have a lot, and you have a lot more to contribute to how do we incorporate both victims and offenders working together to live after murder. That's a goal which I hope we have more opportunity to address, or I would invite and encourage your participation in that process. You have, and I believe you will continue to have much to offer in that area. I thank you.
Thank you.
Thank,
Well,
Go
let
ahead.
me ask the question. What's been your exposure into dealing with victims who have experienced serious and heinous crimes? And what's your readiness to do so?
Over the years of my incarceration, if I'm being honest, I haven't had a lot of exposure to your side of murder, the victim's side. But what I can say is that through like the conversations that I've had with other people who have committed crimes like me, and have begun to work through their remorse and try to find healing, is that the most important thing is showing their remorse by how they live. I think that over time, the any victim has every right to have any kind of feelings towards the people who harmed them and affected their life. Uh, so I think you're a different circumstance because you're more open to wanting to deal with, find some kind of common ground. But to go back to what I was saying, I think the main part, as far as my exposure, was the people who I saw who eventually was able to reconcile with their victim's family or their victims, uh, the work they did to improve themselves and to live their lives in a way that showed they had remorse was one of the main things. Me personally, at my first hearing, I apologized to James's family, and not only his family, but everyone who was harmed. But it kind of stuck with me that they weren't there. Uh, and I fully understand like why they wouldn't want to be, why they would still have pain from my actions, and why they wouldn't want to be a part of this process. And I'm sorry if this process even causes more harm to them. But I'm at a point in my life now that like I would appreciate any opportunity to sit down and talk to them and let them know how sorry I am for how I affected their lives, and give them the opportunity to see like the person I've become and how I've changed. And if possible, uh, give them the opportunity to find healing and closure as well. Uh, I don't think that that's something that would happen overnight uh, or right away, regardless of the outcome of this hearing. But it is something that I remain open to, and any opportunity I get to correct the harms that I caused, I'm open. I'm open to take advantage of and continue working towards throughout my life. Yeah.
Thank you. I trust you. I trust the courage you will bring to these tasks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Miles,
Hi.
you've said a lot, and I also believe that you are very sincere in the manner in which you've worked to turn your life around, to create a positive result, to express remorse and regret. Although, of course, nothing can ever bring back the life you took.
Mm-hmm.
It is helpful to hear your sincere thoughts of apology. If there were one thing that has not yet been said, perhaps, that you might share with the family, if you have, well, let me put it this way. You maybe have gone through the process of the apology letter and can share what you learned in that process that would be informative, what you may have been able to glean from going through that process
Going through the apology letter process?
that would be informative for the remaining victims of the crime.
Can you give me a moment to just recollect my thoughts and stuff, please?
Of
That's
course.
all. I think going through the apology letter process uh was a super emotional process for me. Because it brought back a lot of feelings of guilt. Even now talking about this with you guys, it's hard for me to stay composed. Because I genuinely don't have no excuse or no justification for my actions that day. And just thinking about the harm that I caused their family and continue to cause their family because their loved one is never coming back is something that weighs on me heavily. But if there was something that I could say to the family, it's just I just want them to know that I am sorry. I'm sorry for what I did to you. I'm sorry for uh, how I affected your life. But I also want you to know that I I do wake up every day and work hard to live my life in a way that is completely different from how I was when I was a child. Um, yeah.
Thank you for that reflection. If I might ask one more question, it's about your higher education pursuit. Is it all right if I do that,
Yeah. Yes.
Commissioner Shaw? Could you just share what, I know you've been on the path of trying to get back into, and you now have successfully been able to get back into courses. Can you tell me what that does for you? This does not have to be dissertation level at all, but
All
just
right.
what do you perceive about the ability to be in this educational process?
It just give me joy. It just give me joy and fulfillment. Like I said, I've enjoyed learning since I was a kid. Um, Not even just in college, just learning in general. And just being able to do that in that environment has really changed my life. I want to eventually get my master's degree and my PhD. But more importantly, like I like using my learning to help others. Uh, so all the things that I'm learning and looking forward to learn, I'm trying to internalize it just so I could be a better person in the community, be a better brother, be a better son, be a better friend. Um, yes, that's that's how I feel
Thank
about
you.
it. Yeah.
Thank you.
So I'd like to turn now to Ms. Miles. Thank you so much for being here today. We really appreciate it. And I'd like to just open the floor for you to talk a little bit about what you see in your son and the changes and potentially the challenges as we go forward.
Prepare a statement.
Can you guys hear her?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of changes because Manny came in here as a child, and now that he grown up, I've seen a lot of changes. Because as a child, he had a lot of you know, things to face, and that brought many anger, but that doesn't justify that. What?
Just read it from the beginning.
Yeah, okay, so I prepare a statement.
Yeah.
My name is Martha Miles, and I'm Manny's mother. I'm grateful to be here today, and thank you for having me, giving me the opportunity to speak. So Manny is the firstborn child, and he's the oldest of the 4 children. You met my youngest daughter. She came to his last hearing, TD. Today I'm here on behalf of our family. We remain close with Manny and supportive of Manny to keep him strong to do better as a person. I'm also here to represent Manny's his supporter. He has some friends and people that here, some of them in there with you guys. If many supporter want to wave, they can wave or stand up. Um, Manny and I, we are very close. We have remained close throughout his time in prison. At first, I came to visit every week, but now that I'm older, We speak mostly on the phone, usually a few times a week. He talked to his sibling weekly. We love and support him. When Manny was a child, he was very busy, active, and he had a lot of energy. And I didn't always know how to handle this. He always had an appetite for education, and he wanted to be a pilot. He would finish his homework and wanted to do more, but I was gone a lot working. I was a single mother to 4 children. We moved a lot, and I know Manny didn't get the support he needed. He was a caring boy, but I watched him grow angry and emotional as a young teen. I was gone most days from 6 to 6, and know that Manny turned to his friends during this time before the crime. Manny asked me to move again away from the group of friends. He was stressed, but I wasn't able to move the family then. I could see that this was a cry for help. After the crime, Manny knew immediately that he had made a mistake. He expressed to me a lot of sadness and struggle mentally. He knew he was wrong and was around the wrong people. Over time, I watched Manny watching to grow with positive influence. He had a good friends with loving parent who would visit, and some of the pastor from the church. And eventually, I watched Manny anger calm down. He became a better listener and has self-awareness. He's more patient now. He is the kind of person who wants to do more, to do better, to do good. He loves to help people with any problem they are facing. He loves to help his siblings, and they all see him as their big, helpful brother. Over time, Manny has also shared with me about how sorry he is to James and his family. But Manny also started writing letter to me to apologize. He writes to me expressing his regret and remorse. He's saying how much he hurt James and his family, but also our community and his family also. And he expressed that the choices he made was wrong and how much he hurt many people and how it hurt him too. It's hard even to express how badly we wish things went differently back then. It's very difficult. Manny has a lot of support now. He's very loved by us, and his sibling, his teacher, his community, and we will be willing to welcome him home and give him the support that he didn't have before. We be able to drive him and help him to get jobs and do other things with counseling if needed. And we can help him with his goals and plan and hold him accountable for anything that if he gets off track, we can help him to stay focused and to achieve his goal. 2 of my children still live with me, and Manny could live with us too someday if he wanted to. His siblings are devoted to him. I am devoted to him, and I am better able now to help him now than I could then. I know that given the opportunity, that he will do well, he will do good things, he will keep going. He's very sorry, he is very loved, he is ready. And what I know what happened, it affect every one of us. It's something that we live with each day. But we pray that we all can heal and and forgive each other for what has happened. And and we can move forward from there.
Thank you for that.
Commissioner,
Yeah.
I have one quick
Yeah,
question. Mr. Miles, did you finish decision points?
No, I'm in decision points right now, and I have about 4 or 5 weeks left, give or take, something like that. About
Thank you.
halfway complete.
Got it.
Okay, Mr. Miles, before the board begins discussion and deliberations about next steps, I'd like to open the floor briefly to you for a final comment.
Okay. I had initially prepared like a statement that I was gonna read in the beginning. So if you don't mind, I'll just read a few things from off my statement.
Proceed.
Well, before I do that, I again just want to apologize to James's family, his loved ones, and his friends for all the pain that I've caused them, caused in their lives. I also want to apologize to my family and everyone in the community who is affected by my actions. I, like I said earlier, I know that I can't take back the choices that I made on that day, or the choices that led up to that day. But I definitely know that my actions had a ripple effect that affected everybody, that affected a lot of people in a lot of different ways, in more ways than I can explain in words here today. That being said, throughout my time in prison and even during the last 16 months since I've seen the board, I've invested the majority of my time into becoming a better person in whatever way I can. I've done my best to fulfill all the directives that the board has given me, and continue building my support network, continue preparing myself for the day that I do leave. But even outside of the programming and the external supports that I've worked on, I've just worked on myself internally. Just basically, like I said, how I structure my life, who I surround myself with, and just my overall thought process, and making sure that my actions and my choices reflect the, the changes that I've made in my mindset and the path that I'm on now. And I think that the work that I have done over the last 16 months and just in my time in general, I'm confident that if given the opportunity for a step down process and to eventually return to community, that I have gained all the tools, support, and resources, and just everything that I need to thrive and to continue on the path that I'm on. And just to tie it back to my education, it's more than just my education, just the relationships I've built, the insight I've gained, like all of that has just set me up for a tremendous amount of opportunities that I'm thankful for. Up until this point, I've only experienced college in a prison setting, and that has been super transformative to me. But I'm also hopeful for the opportunity to finish my education in the community, and fully entrench myself in that community and that support, and just make use of the relationships that I built, and the resources I have access to, and the support, to not just continue with my education, but to just continue growing as a person. Yeah, overall, I just think that I would hope that the board has seen my growth, seen the work that I've put in, and can see by my support letters and my release plan that I gave it my best effort to put myself in a situation to succeed once I get to the community. And I appreciate you guys for listening to me and the questions you asked, and for the time. And I'll close with that.
Thank you. At this time, close that portion of the discussion, and during board discussion and deliberation on next steps, we will not entertain questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would open this to the board for that discussion.
You know, I think he's doing a great job. But just the comment about alcohol and boredom and the discipline, not much, it's getting better. I would like to see him stay right where he is, finish decision points, and maybe at the start of the new year, move to minimum if he hasn't had any more discipline. And I don't think we need to see him. But ultimately, he's got to get through 2027 without discipline, or I'm just going to worry that I'm going to think that he will start using again because he'll be bored or run into stress and all the things.
And he has a 12-month
So about 8 months, that he'd have to serve.
for that other.
Right.
And I think he's asking to do that with work release. Is that possible?
So he'd have to be fully paroled or released on his active sentence, which has that, he became eligible for release under the new law in July of 2025. His hard out date is 2032 on that one. And then he'd have that year and a day. So just about 8 months on top of that.
So we wouldn't parole him now, or we could say, how does
You
that
could do
work?
a presumptive parole. I mean, that is a possibility of presumptive parole based on whatever behavioral expectations. You could see him again. However you'd like to structure that.
A presumptive of parole with both convictions, or
You
both?
would, if you
No.
did a presumptive parole now based upon whatever behavioral expectations,
Of one or two, or
you
just one?
you just do that first sentence, that his homicide sentence.
Okay.
And then upon that date, he would begin his 8 months, and that's a hard out. So he's walking no matter what at that stage.
But have to do with the murder first before it gets to the second.
Correct. He has to, that parole has to be granted on this one in order for him to start the second.
Would we see him again if we did a presumptive parole today, understanding he'd be starting the 8 months after that?
You could, although it would be a little different because you're effectively granting it conditioned upon whatever behavioral expectations you would establish. Now, the other thing is you could deny parole today, set whatever conditions, and then see him prior to moving him to work release, at which time he'd have that 8 months, and that's an institution status. So he could serve that 8 months, determinant sentence on work release.
Is
I
he,
guess go ahead, Chris, sorry.
is he in medium or minimum?
He's in medium.
Yeah, that's right.
He's inside.
Okay.
Mhm. So, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Tony.
Sorry. Oh, no, I was just going to say, I believe that he is clearly focused, determined, practicing. And I really want to see him succeed. I know that his mother does, the community would like to see him succeed. I'd like to see the practice of discipline-free result in the status of discipline-free over time. And I believe that rather than set a presumptive parole, I would want to start the step down through minimum and know that he can take advantage of programming in that setting. In particular, to continue with behavioral health, kinds of counseling. And I think the thinking, the decision making, I believe it is still available there. Is that, did I hear that before?
Yeah, he's in that now.
He's
And so
in
he
it
would
now.
be, and it would,
He could
we wouldn't be able,
continue.
yeah, we wouldn't be able to transfer before he would finish that
True,
before we would
true.
transfer him.
So he's doing that. If we were to step him into a minimum setting and then see him again at that 12-month continuance phase, well, you could even from minimum consider work release based on conditions of discipline free and finishing his thinking and going into behavioral health treatment is available there. I'm concerned too, to make certain that he stays motivated, that he doesn't fall into the disciplinary issue circumstances, but also, just hopelessness can be difficult. There's nothing to be hopeless about here, but I think that there's some trauma that's continuing to play out here. So I'd like to see him able to access that programming. Maybe I should test that out. I don't know if I'm ready for a motion, but just hear what folks have to say about that rather than the presumptive parole.
I'll be honest, I align pretty much with what Chris said. Like I need to see a period of time. Like I need to see that before I would feel comfortable. Because I think a lot of good things have been done, and when I say I need to see it, it's not from a punitive perspective. It is 100% from a risk perspective. And I think the comprehensive assessment made that clear. Like there continue to be risky behaviors. And there's been dramatic improvement, and I don't want to take anything away from everything that's been accomplished. I think he's done great stuff. I would have to see a year of discipline-free, especially that substance use stuff. Like a lot of his history is rooted in substance use and that struggle. Like I would have to see a year before I'd be comfortable with honestly even a transition to minimum. I would want to see a year before I would vote for transition to minimum. And that's just me, but that's a real thing for me.
I think, would you make a motion? We probably need a motion and then we could go from there.
Sure. I guess I would make a motion at this point to deny parole, continue for 12 months with the condition, remain discipline-free, continue to participate in pro-social programming, all of those things that I think he is doing. Just continue with that, continue with his education, and if there is any opportunity for vocational programming, to participate in that.
I can second that.
Would you consider as an amendment that I agree with the 1 year, but at some point, would you say he's ready to move to minimum, like after he finishes decision points? Or are you saying, I guess it's clarification. Are you saying
what
stay
I'm
where
saying,
he
I
is?
want to see a full year before I would vote for.
Step down.
Yep.
Got it.
Clarify the practice in the past. Part of work release can be going to school is what practice has been.
Can be, yes.
Where is he at right now in terms of his education? And what can be done to promote and that continuance?
That could be, he can continue that where he's at.
Okay, so that staying where he's at, the current motion would not deny him those opportunities.
Correct.
Okay.
So given the need to achieve the discipline-free, I am supporting the motion. I actually seconded it and will support it because I do think that practice needs to evolve to status. And I understand the desire to see that. I would like to see him back here in a year because I do think that he should understand that we appreciate all the work he's done. We understand his motivation and his remorse and regret for the crime. We know that he can demonstrate that readiness. We just need to see it over a consistent period of time, and I would look forward to seeing him back.
Another point of clarification. So if we'd go with this and he comes back in a year, we don't have to do another year beyond that of work release, right? We could be, well, no, because then he'd have to do 8 months.
He'd have to be paroled
Yeah.
at that
We're at-
time.
So what we're saying is he's got a year and 8 months minimum before he's done with this plan.
Well, he would have, yeah, he has a year before he'd be seen. And then if the board were to parole him, then he has 8 months, and that 8 months could be served in work release, could be.
So he wouldn't have to go to minimum.
You,
could go
you have the option
from
of
medium.
doing it how you.
If we're
would-
leaving him in medium, then it's possible, depending on how he does this year, in that year, that we put him straight to work release in those 8 months. Right, okay.
The board, yeah, the board has that
Yeah,
authority.
that authority, okay.
I would just say too, I don't, and this is not a direct quote, but I'm supportive of this in part because I think Mr. Miles made a comment about it's important that people live their life in a way that shows the level of remorse and change that they've made. And that was in the context of the conversation about the kind of the justice motivation or the restorative justice element of this, and that living your best life is in fact about one of the ways that you pay back. And I think it also then demonstrates that level of consistency around risk reduction that certainly this board has an obligation to ensure. And yet I couldn't agree more that, I see and hear incredible things in him and incredible potential. But I think that stabilization and demonstration of that becomes critically important. All right. So there is a motion and a second. Is there any other questions? Hearing none. To the motion, Board Member Bray,
Yes.
Board Member Carter,
Yes.
Board Member Larson,
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead,
Yes.
Board Member Nelson,
Yes,
Board Member Strufert,
Yes,
and Schnell votes yes. Mr. Miles, you've heard the discussion here, and while there may be some level of disappointment on your part, I would certainly hope that you also heard loud and clear across the board about all the promise that is seen in you, and that you make the most out of this next year, and you come back ready to not only have demonstrated what it is being asked of you, but that you also come back in and you have a really solid plan right now, but ready to make your pitch to the board that will be here at that time. It will not be me, but there's the others on the here will be here. And make your pitch for what it is you'd like to see happen next. Any
Yeah.
questions?
It's kind of a question, but more so of a comment that as I was listening to you guys deliberate, I definitely respect and understand your concerns and that you raised and why you was raised those concerns. My one question was with the year of staying discipline free. I just I I know you guys already made the motion, but I wanted to know, were you guys aware that since the last incident, it has already been in a couple weeks, it'll already be 6 months since my last discipline incident.
Mhm.
That was
Yeah,
basically my
we're
question.
yeah, we're
Yes.
aware.
Okay.
Yes.
We're aware.
Mhm.
Okay. Well, I wish you the best as you go forward, Mr. Miles, and
And
um,
I have one more question. Can you just explain to me one more time what the actual decision was? So I know I'm
yeah,
gonna be back in it.
and you'll get a letter that will detail this out as well too. But effectively, you are continued in medium, continuing your education, continue the COG program that you're actively involved in, um, access to behavioral health that you have been involved in, that we would like to see that continue, that you remain discipline free. Um, I think those were the essential, the main points. And then you'd be seen in a year, and by the board, at which time you would talk about what your plan would or could look like at that stage. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. There's a reminder for the board that you'll probably end up having 3 or 4 meetings next July because we've done a lot of one-year continuances.
I'm gonna add another day on for 2027.
Is there a message in that?
Okay. Good luck to you, Mr. Miles. Take care.
You.
Yep. So we'll take a quick break here while we set up the room for the other hearings we'll have.
All right, Lionel Lakes, can you hear me?
It is really quiet. Let me see if I can turn the volume up. Can you try speaking again?
Yep.
Oh,
Can you hear me
perfect.
okay?
Yes.
All right, wonderful. Thank you. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release in the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Brian Lee Flowers, who is participating through live stream video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Lino Lakes. Mr. Flowers also has an advocate participating today, his wife, Miss Samantha Flowers. Thank you for joining us today. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Jody Nelson, Christine Bray, Don Strufert, Cheryl Ramstead, Tony Carter, and Andrew Larson. Our records indicate on June 12th of 2008, Minneapolis police responded to a report of a double homicide at a residence. Upon arrival, the officer spoke with Joseph Williams, who reported that he had arrived home from working the night shift at his job and found the victims, his girlfriend, Katricia Daniels, and her 10-year-old son, Robert Shepard Jr., dead and covered in blood. Joseph stated that he had found his 1-year-old daughter in the house, although she had blood on her clothes and body. She had no physical injuries that he could see. Officers recovered 2 knives, a golf club, and a TV set from the house, all of which were believed to have been used as murder weapons. Further investigation revealed that Brian Flowers, who was 15 years old, and his accomplice, Stefan Edward Thomas, were friends of the teenage son and had been at the victim's house. They decided to rob her, and Katricia was killed in the process of the robbery, and her son was killed to avoid leaving witnesses. Originally in 2009, Brian Lee Flowers was sentenced in Hennepin County District Court to 2 counts of first-degree murder, life without parole. In 2017, he was resentenced to 2 concurrent life sentences with the possibility of parole after 30 years. This was reaffirmed in 2024. Due to new legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense, Mr. Flowers now has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board after serving a minimum of 15 years incarceration. On February 28th of 2025, Brian Flowers was reviewed by the Supervised Release Board. The board denied parole, and he was continued for a future review by the board in 18 months. Today's review represents his second review after serving approximately 18 years of incarceration. His original parole eligibility date was June 11th of 2038. Given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Flowers is eligible to be considered for release as of June 13th of 2023. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Mr. Flowers. How are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm all right, thanks. I'd like to start out by asking you to tell the board what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
Well, I think my heart would like to say that I want to come home. I would like the opportunity to come home, but I am aware that may not be that may not happen today. So I would like that I be stepped down. I have the opportunity to continue the step down process by going to minimum, so that I can be in a better position to transition to maybe work release or home. And I also, as I said, my first hearing, just would like for you guys to see me as a human and not all that you see on paper.
So talk to us about what's happened since you last saw us.
Oh man, where do I start? What would you like for me to start?
You start where you want.
Well, coming to my own lakes has been the transition has been somewhat difficult because for the last 17 years, I spent my time in close custody and max custody facilities. And so coming to a medium custody facility, the rules, the things, the people, the everything, the culture here in medium is quite different than it is in close custody, max custody facilities. So that 17 years of experience and dealing with all that stuff in closed custody, mass custody facility, coming here this last year and a half has been quite the transition, but um, in my letter, I explained to you I've had some highs, I've had some lows, and been peaks and valleys, but I've been able to navigate my way through it, and I've been able to make it here today.
And what if anything did you learn from the challenge of those ups and downs?
Oh man, well, I've been able to learn that I can work through those low points, through those down points, in a reasonable manner. I've not act out. I've been able to communicate, I guess, more effectively. I've learned how to communicate more effectively in those moments. I've learned to speak with my wife, maybe have conversation with staff members about what's going on with me, and they've been able to also help me work through those things. My case manager, uh, some of the officers on the units that I've been on, and also PFA staff, counselors, the director. They've played a huge part in helping me work through those things. So I guess I've just learned that to ask for help if I need it, um, to be wise. I learned that I don't have to be right all the time. I can be wise. I need to be wise in my decisions and how I respond to I guess like adversity. So yeah, I've
All right, I'm gonna just open this up to others for questions.
I'd like to continue a little bit with the phrase being wise. You've had the opportunity, I see, and I respect that, to speak with younger offenders.
yes, sir.
Say a little bit more, please, about the wisdom they needed and the wisdom you provided.
Well, the wisdom they needed, I don't think they was ready to receive it because they were just like me. They remind me of when an older man or older gentleman or somebody who has been in this position before came to me and tried to tell me, hey, you need to think about this or do this and not do that. And what I was thinking about when I was at age. So as had that opportunity to speak with them, I was aware of what they were thinking in their mind because I seen myself in them, right? But what I expressed to them is that if you need help or if you need anything, just ask. Don't be afraid to ask for their help or to ask for their guidance. You have people around who, like myself, um, understand what you're going through. I mean, they're away from their families just like I was away from my family at a very young age, and I'm pretty sure that that has caused them to maybe feel alone. So I just kind of reassured them in that opportunity and meeting with them that they're not alone. They got people in their corner. I believe their case manager is has good intentions with them. She gave me the opportunity to meet with them. And so just to remind them that they're not alone and that you know, any opportunity, any educational opportunity that they come across, take it, take advantage of it.
Following that up, then, you spoke about the staff, PFA, wisdom for you. As a step-down process, what further opportunities or where else is wisdom or expansion, emergence of wisdom? Where is that going to be available to you, or where is it needed?
Well, I think for me, I would like to step down to minimum, and I would like to go to Red Wing. And the reason why I would like to go to Red Wing is because they have a opportunity to learn about Boilermakers. They have a Boilermakers opportunity down there. I'm aware of. I don't know if it's necessarily a Boilermakers program, but I am aware that I can start an apprenticeship to become a Boilermakers down there. And also, I hear that I can start the process to get my driver's license when I get out there. And so I feel like those two things adding to the heavy equipment operator certificate that I completed while I was in Rush City will add to my value in getting a job when I come home, being able to get to work, being able to have that opportunity to get my driver's license so I can get to work and not depend on my wife or public transportation or my mother-in-law or my father-in-law or my sister-in-law to take me to where I need to be and get there on time. As far as work release goes, I think I need to be in a religious-based, spiritual-based work release program, and I've been through, had the opportunity through PFA to meet with a lot of faith-based, a couple faith-based work release people. One being Terry Webster from Damascus Way in Crystal. They offer work release opportunities. It's a reentry program there where I can go to church there. They have work there. They have aftercare opportunities there I'm aware of. So I think that will be also an opportunity for me too.
Like church, like the Luna apprentice, like that.
And if given the opportunity to come home, my wife just reminded me that I've been in contact with Luna. It's in St. Paul. It's a labor's union. I've also expressed, I believe, in my first hearing, doing the apprenticeship in Hinckley with the local 49ers. I've had that opportunity to meet with them when I was in Rush City. So I think that those things add to the wisdom of me being successful in my transition.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Flowers, I see that you got a great review from Prison Fellowship Academy, called the captain of the class when you graduated in April. But I also see from the psych review that was done on June 15th, that with respect to other programming, it seems that the reviews have been inconsistent, that it's been reported that you were argumentative with facilitators and that you didn't appear to internalize concepts and that you had trouble with entitlement. Can you address that for me, please?
Okay. Um, I'm not gonna lie, my first response to this is to defend myself and to say, well, they're wrong in their interpretation of me in that regard. However, what I will say is that I participate in, I have participated in all the required programming, I believe, to the very best of my ability. Have I may have come off argumentative and heated discussions regarding important matters in Lifer Group? I believe that's what she's referring to. The Lifers, we have real deep discussions sometimes in those groups, and sometimes those things seem to be argumentative. But I assure you that it's it's a it's very difficult for me to explain this without just being like very real with you. Um, in this particular group, certain questions are asked and certain responses are given by me and by other people in Lifer Group. Okay. And in times where questions are asked that matter to us, it can come off as if maybe entitlement. But like I say, I assure you that it's not. It's just us responding to the question in a very maybe passionate way. Um, and it's been interpreted as maybe entitlement, but that's, I mean, that's outside of my control, you know? I can't really control how someone maybe perceives me or the people that's in that group. I don't know. If I'm answering that question correctly, or if there isn't even a correct way to answer that question, I'm just trying to communicate to you in a genuine way what's going on and what happened in that group. And what
you give the example that so maybe they understand.
would you like an example, ma'am? So I can that I can give you so that you can maybe understand what I'm saying? If
Well,
you're not.
I think I understand what you're saying. It's just a concern from my standpoint when I look at, granted, your last formal discipline was 2.5 years ago. But the conduct then was when you started yelling out of your cell and banging on the door, and it just concerns me that there's an explosiveness when you don't agree with somebody or something. And I just see this in the most recent psych report as indicating that maybe that's still there. And I'm just wondering if you've done anything to address that, any programming, anything that you could point to that where you've internalized that as being an issue with you and something that you need to address in order to get along with other people better. Have there been any programs?
Well, I've completed PFA successfully. I've completed all the other programs related to PFA, like Renewing Hearts and Minds and Celebrate Recovery. I'm currently in restorative justice. I graduate next week. And I have also spoken with my case manager extensively about this report in particular and about how me being entitled can come off. And to in the conversations with me and my case manager, we've discovered that that is potentially due to me having to, over these years, like defend myself a lot and to always want to like just make sure that I'm doing the right thing. And maybe that can come off as entitlement, you know? And maybe that's how, you know, other people have perceived it. But um I am doing the work, you know, I am. I truly am. That report was written. Uh Miss Bonnie, I can't, you know, I can't control how she, you know, writes her reports, but I didn't speak with Miss Bonnie. I didn't have the opportunity to speak with her to maybe explain some things. But I am doing the work, and I've done a lot of work within myself. And I have taken some hard lessons. You know, I have. I truly have. But I'm been receptive to what other people are saying. Point being, my case manager, my PFA counselors, some staff members in the units that I work with, that I've been with this past year and a half. And so, while that report may reflect a small snippet of, or give you a small snippet of of who I am as a person, it doesn't reflect who I am in the totality. It doesn't. It really doesn't. You know, those lifer groups are held once a month. And yeah, it just
Okay.
doesn't really reflect who I am as a person.
Okay, you mentioned that you're about to graduate from restorative justice, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Have you written an apology letter as part of that process? I think that
Um,
is,
well, in this same report, it was written that I haven't participated in restorative justice. However, in the fall, I had the opportunity to participate in an apology letter workshop, and I'm currently in the process of writing my apology letter. I feel that the apology letter is a very serious matter undertaken, and it's I just don't want to sit and write something that's just because. I want to make sure that I say what I need to say, and I say it in a way that reflects, you know, how I really feel about my crime and what took place. And I want to be able to give a genuine and authentic apology. And I'm in the process of completing that. I've started an apology letter journal, so that I can, you know, just if I'm thinking about it, just write my thoughts down. And once that day comes where I'm able to actually construct the apology letter, I'm able to do so in a meaningful way and not just in a way that, well, I have to write this letter, so I'm just gonna write something, you know.
thank you, Mr. Flowers.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Flowers.
The PRT on 6/17 is recommended minimum or earned ELU at Stillwater. Finish the apology letter, be involved in some mental health work with yourself, and do decision points or thinking for a change. Would you be in support of their recommendations?
Yes.
Okay, I would too. Thank you.
Mr. Flowers, I really appreciate the progress that you've made and that you are looking forward to being able to, in a step down process, move forward and eventually be back in the community with your wife and family. I just wanted to ask you to share with me what you're looking forward to, how you've been able to participate in being a positive influence in the lives of those closest to you, and how you anticipate continuing that influence.
Well, if given the opportunity to come home, my sons and my wife are my foundation. My extended family, her dad, her mom, my sister, her brothers, our nieces and nephews. I mean, we have we have a lot of stuff going on positively within the family. I mean, we have dinner nights. You know, with me being home, we can turn it into game nights. I don't know. But my sons have a lot of stuff going on in their own lives that I look forward to being a part of, and that being in their developmental stage. They are in a lot of day programs with Fraser. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but they go to Fraser for day programs. One of my sons just had a evaluation, a psychological evaluation, a couple days ago. I was able to call my wife and be a part of that. Um, my other son has an appointment next week. I will be on the phone and be a part of that. But as far as the positivity, I think that just being home and being around my family and being able to love on them and them love on me will 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 be. I mean,
I appreciate that you've shared how you're doing that now even.
yes, ma'am. And my nieces, my nieces, I can't forget about them because they play a big major part of my life even before my sons. My nieces have been a part of my life. Bella, Kayla, Ivory, Savannah, Sharaya, Charlene. I mean, these little girls have been uh, a ray of light in my life, and I be on them about their school. I be on them about boys. I be on them about all type of stuff. And so like just being able to just have that opportunity to be in their life and be an influence in their life, hopefully to them in a positive light. Um, I've just been doing that. That's just what I've been doing. I don't know. I've been doing it for years. This is not something new. Joking around with them, having serious conversations with them, then joking around again. I mean, it's just, the back and forth has continued for years. And I look forward to continuing doing that and having the opportunity to do that.
You're well grounded
My
in
own
family,
son.
it seems. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah.
I just have a couple questions. In the psych report, Miss Bonnie mentioned that she didn't think you had adequately addressed criminal thinking patterns. What does that mean in your life? What is she talking about?
Ma'am, I don't know. Honestly, I haven't spoken to Miss Bonnie. I don't know what she means by that. To be honest with you, that
Well,
like I
you
explained,
sat down with her, right? For the psych eval?
I never spoken to her, not one time.
April of 2026. Maybe I have this wrong.
This is this is an update review, I
Oh,
believe.
that she didn't
Yeah, that
consult.
she takes the record, it's a record review and,
No direct contact.
She's talking about what other staff, I think, have said.
right.
What do you
So-
think that means?
Let me see. I'm just gonna review the report myself, just real quick, please. Let me see.
Sure, it's pretty much the last paragraph.
Um, ma'am, I don't know. I don't know. I can't explain. I don't even know what staff member she spoke to. I'm assuming she spoke to. I'm assuming she spoke with my lifer mentor. I don't know. And like I said, in the beginning in this review, she said she spoke with several staff members, and I was described by them as trouble with entitlement. I mean, once again, I don't know, man. To be honest with you, I don't know. I cannot intelligently explain to you what she meant by that. Like I said, I haven't spoken to Ms. Bonnie, and the staff member she's talking about she spoke to, I've probably only seen this person like 13 times since I've been there, and like for like an hour in life group. So I don't know what that conversation entitled or what was said, what was not said. I can't intelligently give you an answer as to what she meant by what she said. All I
Okay.
know is that what I can tell you, ma'am, is that through PFA, through my case manager, through staff members on the unit who I'm with like every day, I've addressed my thinking patterns, some of my negative thinking patterns, and I've still addressing these things. This is not like just a one-stop shop where I have a conversation with somebody and then I'm all good. You know, these things are perpetual, and I've had a conversation with my case manager today before my hearing. I've had a conversation with a sergeant yesterday before my hearing, just about, you know, what I can do better, how I can adjust to things, and um I don't know, man. All I can tell you is that I've been doing the work. I've completed PFA. I've been doing the work. I'm taking restorative justice. I've been doing the work. I'm having hard conversations with staff members of the DLC. I'm doing the work. I'm having hard conversations with my wife. I'm doing the work. I'm having hard conversations sometimes with my mother-in-law, my father-in-law, my sister. I'm doing the work. You know, I I don't know who she's talking about. All I can tell you is that I'm doing the work. You know, I'm
Fair
working.
enough. Fair enough. Thank you.
I just have one quick sort of a follow-up question, I guess, if nothing else. And I don't doubt you're doing the work. I mean, I think, you know, the report certainly highlights you've done a lot of stuff and a lot of good things. What's with the video visiting ban? What is that? Can you articulate that? Because I'm not 100% sure, like what does that look like in your setting? So I'm just looking for some clarification.
So what happened was one day, I don't know what day in particular, but you cannot have a person that's on your visiting on a video visit that's not on your visiting list, right? Whether it's a quick hello or maybe a minute or two conversation. Here in Lion Lakes, they deem that as a violation of visiting rules. And my wife was restricted from video visitation due to that. So that happened.
Is that only a Lino Lakes rule, or is that kind of a institution wide rule? And I ask it because you reference Lino Lakes.
Well, to my understanding, it's an institutional rule. Every institution, that rule is a rule. However, in close custody, they don't really harp on that rule per se. They're a little more lenient on that rule. I didn't get in trouble with visiting video visits in Rush City or
Like on birthdays and stuff.
Oak Park Heights. So it was only when I got here. So all I can say is that here in Lion Lakes, they are strict on that particular thing, and I got video restrictions due to it. So yeah.
Okay. I mean, is it possible that as you're moving down in security, that I mean maybe in higher security, to use your kind of explanation, they're worried less about that, maybe more on some of the more severe behaviors, but then as you're transitioning down and lowering in custody, maybe they're paying more attention to some of those things that maybe they had dismissed or not, I shouldn't say dismissed, were less of a concern in higher custody facilities.
That is exactly what's going on. Yes.
So knowing that, should you then be more mindful of that as you are continuing to transition?
That is the lesson that was learned. That I need
Okay.
to just be more mindful of maybe the small quirks that Mountain Lakes has as opposed to, Rush City or Oak Park Heights,
Before we knew that was like really a.
Fair enough. Okay. All right. I appreciate the explanation. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Flowers, is it correct that you still deny involvement in these murders?
That is incorrect.
I'm sorry,
That is incorrect.
incorrect.
Yes, ma'am. I deny physically murdering somebody, but I can't deny physically being present. I cannot deny physically leaving the scene. I cannot deny lying to the police. That is something I cannot deny. But what I have stood on from the start of my this incident is that I did not kill anybody. I did not murder anyone. I was present. I lied to the police. I went with my co-defendant, but I did not murder anybody. But as far as me saying, well, I didn't do nothing, that's incorrect.
Well, the actions that you just described seem consistent with somebody who had some culpability, wouldn't you say?
Well,
I mean, if you had nothing to hide, why would you lie to the police, for instance?
well, ma'am, I guess my response to you is, why would any 16-year-old or kid lie to begin with? Is to not get in trouble. And I in that moment, I just honestly was in my mind, I thought that I can lie to the police to distance myself from this situation and it'd be over with. But clearly that wasn't the case. They was obviously smarter than me. They knew more than me. They wasn't buying it, and I mean, here I am. That's it. I mean, that's it.
Mr. Flowers, as you
Thank you.
think about your role in conjunction with your process of writing an apology letter, can you just iterate again? You may have already briefly, but how you sense that culpability, how you're thinking about your apology letter in terms of what you have to apologize for, or what you've learned about taking accountability, responsibility in that regard.
Well, for one, I learned that taking responsibility and accountability is a huge step uh, in just me being a man. But in regards to my crime, I feel like there's no right or wrong way for me to say that I'm sorry to somebody for the loss of their family member, irregardless if I committed the crime of murdering them or not. I I have to take responsibility because the action that I did take, um, by lying to the police, by not doing enough to stop it, by leaving the scene with my co-defendant, by even way before any of this stuff took place, taking my mom's car that day, um, that those are the actions that ultimately led me to being in that house in the first place. And so there's nobody else for me to blame but myself. There's nobody else for me to point the finger to but myself. And so um expressing that in an apology letter is for me, it's going to be a very difficult thing to do, you know, and I'm working in my mind on how to adequately do that without being like, well, I didn't kill anybody. I didn't kill your family member. I didn't do this. But being able to genuinely express remorse and genuinely apologize for what I did do that led to the deaths of their loved ones, and to communicate that effectively. I'm I am working my way in my mind trying to really do that. And that's probably why I haven't taken that step to actually write that apology letter, because at this point it'll just be something written. It wouldn't be thoughtful. It wouldn't be authentic, in my opinion. You know, I feel like I need to address some things within myself, maybe therapy. Maybe I need some to work some things out, you know, with a therapist, to talk some things through, to get over some things, to be able to then address an apology letter in the way that an apology letter needs to be addressed, if that makes sense.
I appreciate your sharing it. I was really interested in hearing what you were learning about that process of accountability, and you've helped me to understand that you are learning, and there is yet more that you can learn, undoubtedly, and you're seeking that out. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Let me turn to Ms. Flowers. Thank you so much for being here today. I'd like to open the floor for you to provide any thoughts or comments that you have to the board.
Yeah, thank you guys for allowing me to be here in this DLC facility next to Brian. I agree with the things that Brian has said, that he's continuously working on himself. In the last piece, he mentioned that he would benefit from some therapy. I think that he would benefit from some therapy, whether that's in the community, at home, which we have some places lined up if that is the route, or within DOC, um, within a DOC facility, step down. I also think it would be beneficial for us as like a family and with our children, as well. As far as how Brian has changed, um, I've noticed a lot of change since PFA, as you guys may recall. I know some of you weren't on or a part of the board last time, but me and Brian have known each other for over 25 years. So I've been in Brian's life both before and after. So I've seen tremendous growth within him as a person, him as a man, him as now an adult, and no longer a child, um, and his way of thinking. I think as far as Miss Ramstead, I think it is. I'm kind of trying to read the Zoom here. But you had asked about like his criminal way of thinking. And for people who know Brian on a day-to-day basis or have interacted with him on numerous occasions, I don't think he comes off as or has a criminal way of thinking. Or entitled. I think it's like he mentioned, he's more so always having to defend himself since he was a 16-year-old child, and now has transitioned into a man and learning um how to further express himself in other situations. And so that's that. Um, I know at the last hearing we talked about getting him home, working him closer to getting home after the 18-month mark, and that would be amazing. Um, it's been hard. Sorry. It's been hard. Um,
So.
I'm so sorry. I am not a crier, but it's been really hard. And as I put in our letter, our boys were diagnosed with other specified neurological disorder. They were born at 25 weeks, and I knew I had my work cut out for me when we were blessed to have kids biologically, both ours. But it's been a challenge, and we visit 4 times a week, and it's just hard. And I think having him home, even though there's a lot of work that still needs to be done, I think having him home will really be beneficial um, to his growth, our growth, the boys' growth. And as a social worker, I know that there's a lot of things that still need to be done, and everything is a work in progress. But I assure you that I'm responsible for the things that he also does besides himself as his wife. And if he has the opportunity to come home or step down, that he'll be an amazing hand. Yeah. He'll be in amazing hands. He has a great support system. Whether it's the people you see in the room there, I know some of you guys are on Zoom. The boys are there. My parents are there. Our sisters are there. He has a good church family. He has people in the community who are willing to see the growth and the potential that he has outside in the world. And so, yeah, I think that's all I had to say.
Thank you, and thank you for being here today. Mr. Flowers, before the board begins discussion and deliberation about next steps, I want to briefly open the floor to you for any final comment.
Everything my wife explained to you is true. I have an amazing support system. I believe that I will be in amazing hands if given the opportunity to come home. But I want to say something to you. What I want to say to you is that the words you spoke to me in my last hearing, that was in the newspaper, and what you spoke to me, I put in my letter at the beginning of my letter to start my letter to you in this board, and what that was I hope you see this board hears you and sees great promise in you. Do you remember saying that to me, sir?
Yes.
Well, those words that you said to me has carried me here today. I'm telling you, those words, even in those, those lows and in the valley, when maybe someone was characterizing me as being entitled, or maybe when someone was saying I'm not being able to, whatever the lady said in the report, those words helped me. Those words were the most powerful words ever spoken to me by someone in your position or by any board members for that matter. And it helped me through to get to this point. And I believe that given the opportunity to step down the minimum, given the opportunity to go home to work release or go home, period, I will carry those words with me for the rest of my life. They mean something to me. I'm letting you know that. They mean something to me. Those words, I hope you see this board hears you and see great promise. Means something to me. And I thank you for speaking those words to me. And I thank you for giving me this opportunity today to meet with y'all again. And I just hope that in closing, that this board still sees great promise in me and still hears me. And thank you very much.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to close this portion of the discussion, and during board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would open this to the board.
I'd like to make a motion that we follow the recommendations of the PRT, that we deny parole, that we do step down to minimum at his request to Red Wing. That he do the apology letter that he's working on, seek mental health supports for his own issues. If they have decision points or thinking for a change at Red Wing, I don't know if they do, but that he would take advantage of that. And then I don't know that we need to see him again. If it's possible that just the DOC can move him to work release at Damascus Way in Crystal at the time that the DOC thinks is appropriate.
Second.
Is there a period of continuance there in this?
I was leaving it up to the DOC. Do I need to say
Yeah, it really is a board decision.
Okay.
And it should
Well,
be
a year?
determined by the board. Yeah, I mean,
You're at minimum
Yeah,
and then work release?
sure.
then when are we seeing, when would you want to see him?
Do we need to see him again, or can that just work? He just does it.
Well, you're going to be granting a release, so you're effectively you're paroling him because his out date otherwise is what, 20, 30 something, 8?
So continue for a year
Or
or see him in a year.
Okay.
What was your timeline?
1 year.
Now I need clarification. 1 year where he'll be in minimum, or 1 year where he could move to work release if all
I
goes
mean,
well?
I would like to, Paul, tell me how this, I don't want to say that he has to stay a year in minimum. If things are going in such a way that he could move into work release before a year is up, I would like to allow for that.
I think it'd be best to set a term so that, so that otherwise it just becomes really difficult. And I think both for the person, in this case, Mr. Flowers, or for the staff, like what are the measure, what are the checkpoints and what are the expectations of the board so that they're moving in that direction. It does become challenging because you become pressured up against, let's just say, it takes 60 days to make that move to minimum. And then, you get them there. It takes a little bit just to stabilize and that kind of stuff. And then now we're talking, what's the minimum there before he should be moved to work release? And I would just say that, in terms of Red Wing or Damascus, some of that is really dependent upon bed space and those sorts of things. So it may not be able to be specifically in those locations, just otherwise we end up running up against.
So then a motion to just move to step down to minimum, hopefully Red Wing, a year continuous, see him in a year.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second on that.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Further discussion?
Well, could I just advocate for a longer continuance so he can go to minimum, and when deemed appropriate, he can move to work release, and then he comes back and we see him in like 18 months or 14 months. I think usually it's 18 to do the whole deal. Or do you want to see him before?
No, I didn't want to see him. I wanted him to just keep moving.
I
Well,
like
the
that
only way of
thought.
not doing that would be a presumptive parole. You could do
okay.
a presumptive parole and that, but then that does not give you the opportunity to see him before that.
help. Almost.
Well, if I,
So if you,
go ahead.
you have to grant parole and not deny it, then have it conditional. If you don't want to see him.
Okay.
Which is that presumptive.
Okay, so can I just start over? So I would like to do presumptive parole. Step down to minimum. Move into work release.
Presumptive parole at, in how long?
In 16 months.
And
Do you want to set any time frame for minimum or work release?
8 months and 8 months.
It might be a little, we might be short on one because it may take us a bit of time to get it moving,
Roughly.
but
may I ask if there would be an assumption of activities to go along with that? Conditions, I should say, that would change, i.e. discipline.
that would be
Um,
standard, is that
okay.
if he were to have, it would be discipline free and whatever other
Mhm.
conditions that
Excellent.
the board would want to put in place.
Then I'm very comfortable maintaining the second on that.
Okay. So we'll just, so we're really, well, you're withdrawing the first
original,
motion, and then this is the second, with the same, you and then board member Carter as seconding that.
On the second motion.
And then, so and this is a really a presumptive parole in 18 and 16 months. Assuming successful completion of 8 months and 8 months thereabouts, based on transfer timing and so forth. Also then, conditioned on the fact that he remained discipline-free, follow whatever standard expectations there would be within the facility, participate in, and continued ongoing mental health supports. I don't believe that would be able to do decision points there. Is that characterize the motion in the second and the expectations?
Sure.
I'm fine, yes.
All right, any further discussion? Okay, to the motion.
Well, we won't see this man again unless there's issues. with the
Correct.
presumptive.
The board would be granting parole, assuming all of these conditions were met. To the motion, board member Bray,
Yes.
board member Carter,
Yes.
board member Larson,
No.
board member Ramstead,
No.
board member Nelson,
Yes.
board member Struford,
Yes.
and Schnell votes no. The motion prevails. Mr. Flowers, you are being granted presumptive parole in 16 months, conditioned upon all of the elements that we just laid out, that were just laid out and described. And you would have a transfer at some point here relatively soon from your current location. And I would just want to clarify, don't set your sights or expectations necessarily on Red Wing or Damascus, because we may not be able to accommodate that. But we will, work in terms of where that placement could best occur. You're set to go. Any questions about that? Okay, good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
We need a quick break.
just to set up, we have the next hearing is in person here in the room, so we'll get that set up and we'll be ready to go.
I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt. If the hearing has started, we can't hear anything.
I can hear you.
Oh, there we go. Try it now.
Hello.
Yep, now we gotcha.
Okay, yeah, so I don't know where to start, but I'll just keep where I left off. And so I wrestled with, do I potentially look for a career or do I just hold on to this job, through work release and, you know, and then move at a later date? But I ended up, looking for a new job. It was tough to find one, and I was able to find one, and I'm happy with the decision. I like it. It's welding. It's something I learned how to do in Stillwater, and it makes my days go by good. And you know, I could see like sticking with this company for a long time and possibly advancing, or just the fact that I'm able to get back to welding after almost 10 years and not welding, so I'm able to knock the rust off. And if I want to pursue other opportunities at another point, I'll be ready. So, I mean, yeah, there's been a ton of challenges, but it's it hasn't been like difficult to the point where I'm overwhelmed. I find ways to work through it. Like, your tire goes flat. I find people to call to help and just work through things.
Good. So you're, because of the law change, you have this opportunity to release, what is it, about a couple of years just shy of a couple of years early, right? Um, what, what do you, what would you say to the family if they were in the room today? How would you approach that?
Well, just like at the last couple of hearings, all I can do is just, apologize, say how sorry I am and how, terrible I feel for what I did. And I mean, I know there's nothing I can say or do to take it back. And all I can do is, you know, uh, try as be the best person I can. And, you know, try to help people and be someone that is, you know, more of an asset to the community. And I know it probably it's to some people, it means nothing what I say. So, I mean, all I can really do is apologize and just say that I'm working to be the best, person I can be, and never be in a situation where I'm committing crimes again. And, just how terrible I feel.
What do you think are the strongest or clearest indicators that you are not a risk to public safety and that you would never be involved in something like this again? What are those indicators?
Well, I'd say number one is kind of the type of person I'll associate with. Now, it's not, you know, I'm more in line with people that have careers and are trying to do well. Like I work every day, you know, back then, you know, I was a lost kid. And I got in with the wrong crowds and I had wrong thinking patterns and I did a lot of wrong things. And now, you know, over the years, I've changed like my thinking patterns and it's showing because, you know, I go to work every day. Uh, I do programming. I'm very like, involved with my family. Uh, I'm constantly trying to take on more responsibilities. You know, I can handle them. I don't get overwhelmed. When I do have issues, I don't internalize them. Like I reach out to people. Like when I'm at my parents or my girlfriend Amanda's, like everything that's going on, they know about, you know, so it helps me work through things. But I just say the fact that, you know, I mean, look at, I don't know when the last discipline I've had. It's like well over a decade, I think. So I think these are all strong indicators.
You, if things were not going well for you, what would it look like? I mean, how would people around you know that something's not right?
Uh, I mean, they know what's not going right, and I talk about it, and
If you were not, and that's when, you know, you're at your best, right? Because you use and you actively engage with your support. But let's just say that I don't know, a funk, whatever word you want to use to describe it. If things were not looking good for Ryan Pedersen at any given moment where it was, things were tough, how would people around you know if you didn't tell them? What would it look like?
well, they probably wouldn't hear from me a lot. You know, I'd be distant. Instead of reaching out to them, they'd be probably, Ryan, what's going on? And I just give them like one word answers, stuff like that. So it'd be pretty obvious, I'd say.
Okay. And for those that it would not be obvious to, I would encourage you to tell them what it is it would look like.
Oh, yeah.
So that in the event that it happens, because I mean, we all have things, right? Things can come up. First and foremost, I think, you know, activating that network has been served you well, and continuing that is the best, but sometimes things can be challenging. There's one other thing I was going to ask you, and then I was going to turn it over here, but I'll just open this up to other board members and I'll think of it in a moment.
I don't have a question, but I just want to say what a great job I think you've done.
Appreciate it.
Hey,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
sorry about that, Don.
No problem.
So just a little bit of a follow-up to one of the questions that Commissioner Schnell asked. So one of the things that we are asked sometimes is, or the idea of fairness, you know, how is it fair for this person to be released early or be released at all when, you know, victims and the survivors, you know, have that pain and just have that, you know, I'd just be interested to get your kind of perspective on that. Like, how do you respond to the idea of fairness in this particular circumstance?
So you're asking, why is it all right for me to get out when people are still struggling?
Sure. Yep.
Well, it's difficult. And then, you know, I know I've done a lot of harm, and I don't want to, I don't want to do any more harm. And also, I've not only to the victims, which I'll never be able to fix, but it's my own, I'd say my own family as well. And So I look at that as and others in the community, you know, like I said, I think of myself as more of an asset now. So I think keeping me locked up is actually doing more harm than good for like my family, um, and you know, others in the community. And I think I've done a lot of work, and I don't want to sound like I'm entitled, but I I believe that, you know, I've put in the work, the laws are in place, and I just think I'm ready to be moved on.
I appreciate that, and I acknowledge you've done a lot of work, and I absolutely acknowledge that, and I pose the question purposely. Like, it's a tough question, but I think it's just that not forgetting the victims in all of this, and I'm not suggesting that you were. So thank you for the answer.
When I read through the file, one thing that impressed me, I think there were some turning points. A lot of the files were somewhat negative. You know, I marked them with yellow in my copy, but then there was a green that followed. So turning points. I'd like your view of the turning points.
I just remember at some point, I mean, as I was going through my time in prison, I kept doing the same type of behaviors, and it was the same result. I get in trouble and get out of segregation, and it was just it kept cycling. And at some point, like I was talking about earlier, I was like, uh, it may not matter to me as much, like, because a lot of people, you know, will say, well, it doesn't matter, you're in prison anyway. But like, I I didn't want to keep like putting my family through that stuff, so I wanted to make some changes, and also like for my victims, like it's not it, I wanted to be able to make the changes to show that I'm not that person. Like it's like my circumstances are not going to determine who I am. So I was kind of living like how I thought I had to be in the circumstances, and at some point I realized that I don't have to, and I chose not to.
So you're telling me, and I appreciate it. Some people say prison is the worst circumstances, and the worst circumstances brought out the best in you. It's almost a paradox there.
It definitely got me to make some changes, that's for sure.
Well done. Well done.
Mr. Pedersen, again, much applause for the work that you've done through the years and the contributions that you are making in the future that you're planning in the community. Once again, you've made great preparation steps. I look to some of your earlier behaviors, and understandably, you were younger then, you didn't know then what you know now, and the behaviors that you were caught up in were a matter of that. Many disadvantages existed. Were those sort of circumstances to recur? I am wondering about your statement, having drifted out of some of the social gatherings that were not as positive as they should have been, that were negative, I should say, in the facility. You mentioned that when you became more involved, when things started working out with training and jobs, you drifted away. Is there a possibility that, describe to me what would happen if you lost your job, if you found yourself in very, very unpredictable negative circumstances? how would you respond? Would you potentially drift back to those kinds of behaviors and groups?
No, I mean, absolutely not. If I lost my job, I mean, I'd go back to the drawing board and, there's plenty of other jobs out there, welding job. I mean, I picked up a lot of skills in prison as far as welding and, some HVAC, boilers, like building maintenance stuff. I believe I'm always going to be able to find a job. It might take a while, but I'm rather determined, and my thinking has so changed since then. There's not going to be any drifting back.
I guess that would be your response. I just wanted to put you on the spot with it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
You've been doing the lifer group?
Yeah, I've been going to Lifer Group too.
That's been helpful.
I like it, some of the guys don't think it is what it was, but for me, even when I was in, I like seeing the guys come in. I like kind of hearing the success stories.
Yeah.
It feels good to me to hear. And then when some people fall too, that's like a good lesson too,
Yeah.
So
Fortunately, way more on the other side, positive, right?
Yeah, right.
There, yeah.
But yeah, I like it. I like seeing the guys, and it's probably my favorite one to go to, I think.
I just encourage you to continue doing it. I think there's a community there that certainly, sometimes some may say, you don't understand, but, you all have experienced some things that most people never will. And I think there is some positive camaraderie that can happen there.
Yeah, definitely.
Good. I turn to your mom and just, can you talk a little bit about what you see in Ryan and your sense of, you think he's ready to be paroled?
I do. I've seen him work through a lot of difficulties, and he just doesn't give up. He just keeps moving ahead, and he has a very good attitude. He's patient, kind to people. He's meeting his nieces and nephew for the first time, and they already just feel very close to him. So I don't know. I think he's doing very well.
And so therefore, you think he would be worthy and a worthwhile risk for giving him parole?
Yes, definitely.
Just talk us through what your thought is, what your plan is. I know you got an apartment.
Yeah, so my agent, gave me permission to rent an apartment, and I rented it in July, and I've been slowly, furnishing it and stuff. I'd say it's ready to go. I mean, I signed a year lease. I mean, I have everything I need in there. I mean, it's not all the way yet, but I'd be fine. So yeah, I signed a year lease. I'll be getting hired on in my job within 2 weeks. We talked about it, so I owed 80 hours to the temp service, and then they're going to hire me on. So
that's got to be a nice feeling, huh?
It feels really good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, then you're able to start getting PTO and benefits and stuff like that. So that's the plan now. I mean, I don't know if I was going to go on parole, if it'd be a ISR or regular parole, or I don't know.
It will be ISR, and we just had some meetings with the agents, the counties. And it will be for now, and yeah, you've talked to many who have navigated and worked through that. It's fine, and I have no doubt that you will. So should we make a decision here, or what do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I would move that we would move you to phase 2 work release and grant you parole when that can be arranged and agent signed and approves your plan. And we go from there, and HRU would establish the standard conditions of release.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I just really want to say, we'll vote here in a second, but I wish you well on this. And one other just thing, just because, life is weird, right? And if the circumstance ever happened that you came into contact with a family member of your victim, how do you think you'd manage that?
I mean, I guess it would have to be, I'd have to know like the situation, like. I mean,
So let's just say you ran into them and they noticed, they said, hey, you so-and-so and you, I'm so-and-so. And because sometimes people can be upset, if that were to be the case, what would your action be?
Oh, I just tell them how sorry I am and I feel terrible
And separate yourself?
try.
Yeah. And I mean, and that's a reasonable response if that's something that they would feel better with. And, while, we establish standard conditions that exclude that, but incidental contacts can happen. And it has happened before where people have just ran into somebody. And yet we do what we can to avoid that. But again, I'm not concerned about you doing anything with that, but I say it just because I think it's something that can happen. And we go from there. All right, we have a motion, we have a second to the motion. Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Carter.
She said yes.
Yes. Okay. Board Member Larson.
That was
Yes.
yes.
Okay. Board Member Larson.
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead.
Yes.
Board Member Nelson.
Yes.
Board Member Strufert.
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes. Congratulations. So what we'll do is, phase 2, Shannon and the folks at Damascus will work that out. You'd move to where probably your place, I'm guessing, and then they'll just work out that process and kind of go from there.
All right, so they'll let me know when.
Yeah, it'll just, however they work that out. That's detail stuff that I don't involved in so much, but you'll work that out and go from there.
All right.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, appreciate it.
We'll give you a quick shake of the hand here. We have a couple items of business to take care of before we depart, but.
Take care.
Appreciate it.
Take care.
Oh, we have questions. Okay.
Yes, you're fine. You're fine. All right, just by way of agenda, we have a reminder that July 28th is the board training date that we have. We'll at that time go through a number of training elements and then at least have some discussion about some policy. We won't make decisions at that meeting about that. We would just have discussion about it. We would bring the policy framework back here, and it would be here that we would review it and then make a decision and a vote on the policy itself. So by way of action items, we have one need to approve the June 9th, 2026 meeting. I think we didn't do it last time because I think we kind of needed Cheryl, I
that's right.
think, to help on this one because we were the three that were there. So would somebody make a motion to approve June 9th?
I
So
move to
moved.
approve.
Okay, we have that done. So then to the motion for those that were there that day, we'll just do a voice vote of all in favor of approving the June 9th meeting minutes, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that passes. We then need to approve the minutes from the June 30th, 2026 meeting.
I move.
Okay, and a second from an attendee.
Second.
I think
Second.
we need to have an attendee. Who's the second?
Tony.
But was she at?
That was
Okay,
June
good.
30th.
Oh,
Yes.
all right, perfect. Yep. So good. Any other additions or corrections that I should have asked to that? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? And they're passed. Any public comment? No public comment. The next meeting of the Supervised Release Board is Tuesday, August 11th, 11:15 to 4:30 here at the DOC. And with that, I would accept a non-debatable motion for adjournment.
I move.
And a second?
Second.
We're adjourned. We're adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you all.
What is the status of public meeting at the training?
You guys want to shut your mics off?
Will we be?
The live stream shut off?